5 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.
Welcome back here to Tucson, Arizona at Musselman Honda Circuit for the Race Rotax's U.S. Trophy West presented by XGale Motorsports. My name is Alexander Sir. With me, Emery Lada Emery. We just saw some great Junior Max racing, but next is the Micro Max class, and we should be in for a good one there as well with the 8 to 12-year-olds there in Micro class. Let's run you through how they qualified. It was the number 7 machine of Lucas Tarango on pole by almost 0.4 of a second over Paxton Romero. Connor Lipka in third, Braxton Mayers fourth. Yutaka Tsunoda rounded out your top 5 in qualifying. Then it was followed by Tyson Underwood, Sebastian Johnson, Mark Ayers, and Keaton Weigers there. Emery, I think the biggest storyline coming out of the Micro qualifying is the gaps. Tarango almost 0.4 clear, and then it's Lipka in third by almost 0.8 behind the number 7 of Lucas Tarango. Again, in races, we've seen the draft come into play, but you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. In the micro mini categories, we don't see the draft play as much of a factor. It's still a factor, but it's not as much of a factor as what you see in a junior senior class. But with the low horsepower, go-karts that we have in the micro and mini max classes, the draft still matters, but it's more about how you can roll speed through the corner. So what do you think we can expect in this first heat race here?
I mean, plain and simple, Alex, this weekend has been the Lucas Tarango special. We saw him down in Phoenix, PKRA. He had a really strong effort there, went toe-to-toe with Cam Becker. Becker not here this weekend, unfortunately, so that kind of dilutes the battle just a little bit, but in terms of pure field quality, I mean, this is still a good field. You still have guys like Paxton Romero up there towards the front as well as Connor Lipka. So for Tarango to have 3 to 4 tenths on the field at all times has been super impressive. And as we get set to go for the heat races, I don't envision anything else being different, but I will say, even if the draft isn't a huge effect, having someone to follow, having that second guy that can kind of give you a little bit of a guide around the track can help a ton when it comes to just learning your lines, being able to be smooth, be consistent. And I think maybe that will bring the pack further together. We saw it in rounds 1 and 2 with Connor Lipka. Day number 2, he suddenly found a lot of pace and was able to keep up with the likes of Tarango as well as Cam Becker. So if they can do that this weekend over the course of the weekend, Tarango might come under fire, but there's been no reason to doubt Lucas Tarango so far this weekend. Again, we have seen him be dynamite so far throughout this entire U.S. Trophy West series, and he continues to find his way to the front of the field, and I'm excited to see what he can do here in this first heat race, Alex.
Yeah, Tarango has been impressive. To me, Connor Lipka is the one that I'm watching. This is very similar to what we saw in Phoenix a month ago, right? About 7 tenths off in qualifying, but come, heat racing, come feature racing, Connor Lipka was ultra impressive. He had incredible race pace. I expect more of the same here in Tucson. I think Lipka is going to be one to watch. Braxton Mayer is another quick one. Tyson Underwood as well on board that comp cart there, just like with Connor Lipka. He was impressive in rounds 2 at Phoenix. Rounds 1 was working on the setup a little bit. Round 2 was pretty quick. We saw it as well with Paxton Romero. Was quick as well. But like you said, without Cam Becker here, for one, that's very interesting. He's not here. You can't drop, 2 races in the same weekend. So one of these races is actually going to count as, 0 points for him. So that is very unfortunate for Cam Becker, who also was here. He was also at the Phoenix race, sorry. Lucas Tarango and Cam Becker were going back and forth all weekend long and giving us some of the best racing we have seen all year long with how impressive those 2 Micromax drivers were. But nonetheless, I still expect some hard racing here in Tucson. I mean, like I mentioned, it's a fast racetrack, and while it's not as important in the Micromax class to find a buddy that you can draft off of, I still expect the likes of Romero and Lipka, with how impressive they've been all year long, to be able to, keep Tarango honest, and maybe stay within the distance that he makes a mistake. For all we know, with how quick this track is and the draft coming into play, Romero and Lipka can be right on the bumper of Tarango. So far, with the pace that we've seen from Lucas Tarango in warm-up and qualifying, it looks as though that he has about a 4/10 buffer on the field. But come race time, we know that everything can change. Here's a look at the number 7 red machine of Lucas Tarango up on the wheel. I mean, I mentioned it in qualifying. He looks so smooth out there, using all of the racetrack available to him here at the Musselman Honda circuits. But behind him, there's Paxton Romero on the all-black go-kart, the number 55 machine. Then it's the 44 comp kart of Connor Lipka as well. So, Romero on the all-black helmet and suit with the blue and white livery there as well. It's these three. And then the fourth driver is going to be the 24 machine of Braxton Mayers. Yutaka Tsunoda was quick in Phoenix, seems to be quick again, but needs to find about a second in his pace to be able to catch up to what Tarango has been able to do out there on the racetrack. Tyson Underwood, 6th. Sebastian Johnson. Mark Ayers, rounding out your top 8 in the Micromax class, Emery. I mean, I think we're in for a good one. This is our first look at these Micromax, drivers on a racing, at racing speed, should I say, this weekend. So I've seen so many times drivers be quick in warm-up and qualifying, but maybe it doesn't translate to the race. I mean, we know Tarango's quick. He was quick in Phoenix. But again, on a race situation, everything can change. For all we know, maybe it was a setup issue for some of these drivers. So I think we're in for a treat here with Romero and Lipka behind them. And I expect some good racing here for these Macromax 8 to 10-year-olds.
Has been really tight over the course of the last few sessions. And if they can find a little bit more pace to Lucas Tarango, or I mean, you wouldn't want to wish ill on anyone, but if Tarango maybe has some kind of setup issue or something that puts him off his game just a little bit, it could be a really good battle throughout this field. I mean, this is really a wide open field once you get past Tarango and Romero. So we'll see how it all files out here. 8 karts in total, 8 laps. The distance as we get set to go for this heat race should be an entertaining one to watch here as Lucas Tarango looks to continue his perfect weekend so far, continuing to try to snatch a hold of the championship trophy at the end of the season. This would go a long way. Again, the heat races get you some points, they get you some confidence, and they get you a good starting spot for the final later on today. We'll see one before the lunch break, one after the lunch break, and it's going to be Lucas Tarango on point, getting set to go for the green flag as they fan out down the straightaway, and Lucas Tarango is going to find himself in the race lead with Connor Lipka trying to file into second here, Alex.
Yeah, Tarango still leads. Good start for Connor Lipka. He was the driver that I said to watch out for. This is very similar to what we saw in Phoenix. Not a great qualifying, but a great performance here so far. But there's Paxton Romero back to the inside in turns 5 there. He's through on Lipka. This is not really what I'd be doing if I was these drivers, knowing how quick Tarango has been all weekend long heading up to this first heat race. So, again, if I'm the drivers behind him, I wouldn't be battling, but it seems to be working out for Paxton Romero, who's already pulled a slight gap over Lipka, but not as large of a gap as Lucas Tarango has on the rest of the field. Head down on the steering wheel there for all these drivers, trying to find as much speed as possible out of their Micro Max motors there. They just closed the first lap. What's the gap between first and second? It is going to be a little over 5/10 there for Lucas Tarango. It's 6/10, and then it's Lipka in third. So far, so good for the number 7 machine there. How about Tyson Underwood? What a start for him on the number 9 machine comp kart as well. He's up a few spots in this one. Started in 6th, up to 4th. He seems to be quick. They're already on the bumper now of his teammate, Connor Lipka. So the comp karts look good. Romero looks quick, but not as quick, obviously, as that number 7 machine out front.
Yeah, there's got to be some form of confidence there from Paxton Romero there to get himself into the second spot. He knows that all weekend he's had probably the second quickest kart, the second quickest package. And so for him, even if he's not quite able to match what Tarango can do at the moment, for him to pull away from the rest of the field is a big booster as well. And I think you can see, I mean, he's continuing to set a good pace. wasted no time on that first lap to make the move to get into second. I mean, he's not quite as quick as Durango, half a second slower on that lap around, but still 4/10 quicker than anyone else throughout the rest of the field. So Paxton Romero kind of in his own zip code here for second, but now we're watching Lucas Durango at the front of the field continuing to just dominate. He looks so smooth, so composed as he comes out of the sweeper, just continuing to click off the corners. Again, this very fast, very flowing Musselman Honda circuit. Very, very quick for these young micro drivers that maybe haven't experienced a track quite as flowing as this one in their young karting careers. Again, it's something to keep in mind. Maybe that's an area where fatigue plays a part, but so far for Lucas Durango, nothing has stopped him all weekend long as he continues to build a larger gap back to Paxton Romero, Alex.
Yeah, here's the closest battle on the racetrack as it stands. Keaton Weigers from the back of the grid up to P5 right now. What a start for him. He's already gotten around the likes of Mark Ayers, Braxton Mayers, Yutaka Tsunoda, and Sebastian Johnson. So the bright yellow and blue machine of Keaton Weigers is on a roll right now. Didn't set a lap in qualifying, but looking quick so far. Not a good run through the S's there for Sebastian Johnson. Here comes a move from Yutaka Tsunoda. Super late lunge there. Parks it on the apex. Yutaka Tsunoda is through up into P6. Move Johnson down to P7.
Yeah, that was a good move there from Tsunoda there to put himself in the 6th position. But, I mean, this is going to be interesting to watch the battles through the rest of the top 7 because really, like, 3rd to 7th has not been that different from a pace standpoint. Johnson may be struggling a little bit for outright pace aboard his comp cart, but in general, from 3rd back to 8th, time-wise, they're all running within about 2 to 3 tenths of a second per lap. And there you see Tsunoda and Johnson, the closest battle on the track right now. But Underwood is close to Leipka. Both of them continue to fight. There you see, again, Johnson putting the pressure on Tsunoda. Again, these two are going to work a little bit with each other because they're kind of trying to clutch up to Keaton Weigers, who got by on that last time around. So there's battles all the way up throughout the midfield, honestly, from 3rd back to 8th. It's just at the front of the field, Durango continuing to pull away while these guys continue to try to find everything they can to get in front of each other. And there, Tsunoda, you can see visually on this lap, looks quicker than what Weigers has been able to do in front of him as he pulls along Sebastian Johnson with him, coming through some of these sweeping corners here within about 2 to 3 car lengths. You can see in the background, Braxton Mayers not too far away as well, but he's got some work to do if he wants to get to this 3-car group led by Keaton Weigers.
Yeah, Weigers is really pushing everything out of his 51 go-kart there, sideways through the final chicane there, and it's actually cost him some ground. Tsunoda now all over the rear bumper of Keaton Weigers there. You see him get loose there through turn 1, so he's really pushing his go-kart around this Musselman Honda circuit here through turns 3 and 4 now. Back up front, if we can just pan our focus to Durango again, a 56.6 purple lap time as Tsunoda thought about a move there on Weigers. Weigers looks over his shoulder, and now to the inside goes Sebastian Johnson. Sebastian Johnson's through on Tsunoda. They're side by side now through turns 7 and 8. Who's going to have to give way? It's going to have to be Tsunoda there as they go through the chicane. What a move for Sebastian Johnson. It was almost a good move for Tsunoda, as Tsunoda now back on the back straightaway. So Johnson goes defensive here. Tsunoda to the outside. Here's Lucas Durango now, who has a monster 3.2 second lead over the rest of the field. 3.6 seconds now, should I say. Every single lap he has crossed the stripe, he has gone purple. And that is 7 straight laps. So unreal stuff, qualifying level stuff from Lucas Durango, who is out there doing his own thing. I mean, he's got to be in Scottsdale as it stands right now compared to the rest of the field who are still in Tucson. As Paxton Romero, he's in his own level as well, right? 3.6 behind, but he has a 2.2 advantage over Tyson Underwood. And then Lipka, as well, right behind him. Those two comp carts are working together to try to make any sort of headway on Paxton Romero. But so far, it's not working for the number 9 and number 44 machine. And then it's obviously Weigers now, who has extended his advantage by about 6 tenths over Sebastian Johnson and Yutaka Tsunoda.
Yeah, Lucas Durango continuing to try to find his perfection there. There you can see the checkered flag out. So Lucas Durango wins heat number 1 in Micro Max. A dominant performance. Ends off with a 56.738. But over the course of his 6 laps spot where he was in the lead running a representative race pace. He was quickest every single one. His 6 laps in order were the 6 fastest laps of the race. So that is ungodly consistency here for Lucas Tarango. Paxton Romero, again, like you mentioned, rounds out the top 2 and second spot all by himself. Connor Lipka in the 3rd slot. Tyson Underwood 4th. Keaton Weigers in 5th. That battle for 6th between Sebastian Johnson and Yutaka Tsunoda was pretty enticing. Johnson gets the better of Tsunoda there, and Braxton Myers and Mark Ayers round out your 9-kart field here for the Micromax category. But coming up next, we've got the oldest of our competitors, the Senior Max and Master Max guys, coming up for their first seat live after the break.
To the people who share our story, whoever we are,
whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back to Race Rotax's U.S. Trophy West, presented by XGale Motorsports. My name's Alexander Searle. With me, Emery Lida. Emery, we're getting ready for the first round of heats for the Senior and Master Max drivers. Let's run you through quickly your starting lineup here. It is going to be on pole position, Macy Williams leading Cooper Auclair to the green. That is Bradley Bitts and Gio Santora, Griffin Dowler, Bailey Murphy, Boss Patel, Spencer Smith, Frederick Lemieux, and Landon Billy, rounding out your top 10 for the Senior Max class. It's only 3.5 tenths that separates your top 10 here in the Senior Max category, here around the Musselman Honda circuit in Tucson, Arizona, for rounds 3 and 4 of the U.S. Trophy West Series. So, Emery, I expect this to be a barn burner of a race, less than a tenth of a second separating your top 3.
Absolutely. We saw earlier in the year, I mean, the first couple rounds of Phoenix were some exciting racing. We saw Cooper Leclerc get his elbows out. We saw Macy Williams get her elbows out. We'll see what happens here in Heat 1 in Tucson. We're green for Senior Max and Masters Max, and already someone getting shuffled back onto the grass there in the middle of the field. But at the front of the field, it's Macy Williams up to the race lead. Auclair's going to try a shuffle into second. There's Griffin Dower to the inside trying for that third position. Boss Patel trying to get into fourth, and they shuffle filing on back as we see more battling, more chaos, and an absolute dive bomb there from, I believe, Bailey Murphy to try to get into fourth. They're 3 wide back through the pack here, Alex.
Yeah, Murphy going at it with a couple of drivers there. That's the battle for about 6th on back. It looks as though I think Boss Patel got the better of him there on board that comp cart for Bailey Murphy here down the back straightaway. This is the battle still for, I think, 6th on back. Out front, though, it's still Macy Williams that leads Cooper Auclair. 2-car breakaway out front. Then it's going to be Griffin Dowler there. And then it's going to be Gio Santora and Bradley Bitts. So as they cross the stripe, it's Williams that leads over Auclair, then Dowler, Bitts, Murphy back up into 5th. Got around Landon Billy there. And then it's Gio Santora, who had a shocker of a start. Gio is all the way down to the 7th, as we saw Auclair there make the move on Macy Williams. Macy Williams all over the bumper. She has been arguably the quickest driver all weekend long. She was quick in warm-up, quickest in qualifying. So Auclair knew that he had to make that move early on in this race if he wants any chance to be as quick as Macy Williams.
Yeah, Cooper Auclair gets himself into P1 again. This is where he likes to be. We've seen him be aggressive to get to the race lead, and there in turn number 1, he was able to get it done on Macy Williams. And so now he has control of the race. He'll look back and see Williams right there. We'll see if Macy decides to make a move into 1. She's going to stick behind him. Looks like Cooper went a little bit defensive down the straightaway. So Auclair holds onto the lead now, but they've got Griffin Dowler coming up behind them in that 3rd position. Dowler, again, we saw in Phoenix, was really good on the early parts of the races. No different here. He started outside of your top 5. He's up to 3rd now, and he's continuing to try to work his way up through the field as you see him now only about 3 kart lengths back from Auclair and Macy Williams. Bradley Bitts has established himself in 4th, Landon Billy in 5th, Gio Santora in the 6th spot on that last time through. But at the front of the field, Auclair and Williams right there in tow with Dower, trying to get that last little bit up there to get a good draft off of the back of the 314 of Macy Williams.
Yeah, this is shades of Phoenix with Griffin Dowler. Every single race last month, it seems as though he was the quickest guy on the racetrack for the opening 2 or 3 laps, and then his kart would start to fade away. He figured it out on Sunday and was very, very quick throughout that feature race, but on Saturday, it looks as though it seemed as though he only had pace for about 2 or 3 laps. So far, so good for the all-red machine of Griffin Dowler, though, staying within reach of Macy Williams and Cooper Auclair. This is the battle between Bradley Bitts and Landon Billy there for 4th and 5th, as Gio Santora behind them in 6th is starting to move his way back up after a poor start. Bailey Murphy has now dropped to 7th. And then how about Frederick Lemieux? I mean, she was utter dominant throughout the entirety of that race in Phoenix, both rounds. She's down there in 8th, so not as quick as we would expect from her so far this weekend, but again, it's only the first heat. A lot can still happen. Behind her is Olivier Bedard. He was fast as well in Phoenix. He's down there in 9th as it stands for the moment. Last time across the stripe, there's a move. There's Auclair, as Williams got back by Auclair and extends her lead. Auclair must have made a mistake out of turns 1 and 2 there. Now under fire from Griffin Dowler. Dowler all over the rear bumper of that comp kart machine there. Look how close he gets to the rear bumper there through turn 7. So Griffin Dowler showing that he has the pace early in this one, but not as quick as your leader so far, Macy Williams, who, like I mentioned, she has been incredibly quick throughout this weekend, and it looks to be more of the same here in this first heat. Now Auclair is the one that has to go under fire against Macy Williams here through the final couple of corners across the stripe. Auclair now put together a final chicane there, a good final chicane to stay within the drafting distance of Macy Williams. That's going to be the key. We saw it in the Junior Max class. I thought for a second Auclair was going to maybe send a lunge through turn 3, thought better of it, but we saw it in the Junior Max class with Eggleston and Gage Korn working together. We're seeing it again in the Senior Max class. These top 3 are doing a great job working together, pulling away from the rest of the pack. This gives them a great chance at a victory later on in the race because, again, at the end of the day, the trophy only matters in the final. So again, we're in lap 5 of 10 in this heat race for the Senior Max class. That gap between the top two has plateaued so far for Macy Williams and Cooper Auclair out front, but Dowler looks impressive here, Emery.
Yeah, right now we're in a good old-fashioned stalemate here between the top three, but you can see that Macy Williams just seems so comfortable with that cart. She's able to place it wherever she wants. There you see a battle further on back into the 5th spot there. So, again, lots of battle. There's Bailey Murphy under fire from Frederick Lemieux. We just saw Gio Santora get up to the 5th spot ahead of Landon Billy, I believe. So, battles commencing in that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th area. But at the front of the field, we're still seeing those top three a little bit spread out. As there you can see the battle raging on. Lemieux has had a good run here these last couple laps to claw herself into this battle. She's running in the 8th spot. Behind her, you can see there's a gap. There's Bailey Murphy, and then there's also Spencer Smith kind of trying to tail onto the back of this train, not too far behind as well. But, I mean, you can see this midfield battle. It might not seem like a lot, but if you have the pace to run top three and you're stuck back here, any position you get will help you immensely in the final, as Lemieux tries to get one more back, but gets the door shut on her by Landon Billy there coming into turn number 1, Alex.
Whoa, I don't know if Billy got into some dirt or if Lemieux gave him the bumper slightly there, as Billy got way loose in turn 3. He went wide. He's going to lose a handful of spots to the likes of Murphy and Spencer Smith behind. Now Murphy and Smith going side by side here through the fast chicane. You don't want to be on the outside of that one there, and Murphy smartly backs out of that one. But how about Frederick Lemieux? She's up in the P6 now, and Landon Billy is down outside your top 8 after that mistake in turn 3. Down the back straightaway now, up on the wheel for Spencer Smith and Bailey Murphy, trying to, close the gap now to Frederick Lemieux and others, as Gio Santora ahead of her as well. Spencer Smith, by the way, is your purple man as it stands. He had a 50.5 a couple of laps ago, so the pace is there on that 305 machine back out front. Macy Williams still your leader, but not as safe of a lead as when we last saw it 2 laps ago. It's only 0.2 of a second now between her and Cooper Auclair. Griffin Dowler has now dropped off these top 2. He's about a second off. He was 0.3 slower than the top 2 last time around. So it looks as though it's a mano-a-mano fight with 2.5 laps remaining here, Emery, down the back straightaway. Auclair looks like he has a chance in this one.
Yeah, Auclair onto the back bumper of Macy Williams. He's been clawing away at it. Looked early in the race like he didn't have the pace. Now, though, he definitely does, as he's right onto the back bumper. Maybe he had a little bit of a peek into turn number 1, but Williams shuts the door now through up, down, into this back hairpin, turns 2 and 3 up through the sweeping kink. You can see Auclair continuing to put the pressure on. He's going to send it before Williams can defend. Goes wide, a slight hip check there, and Cooper Auclair into the sunset, into the race lead here in Tucson. And you can see now the J3 competition driver continuing to drive his way forward. He's got about 2 kart lengths in hand on Williams as they come through the back sweeper. There you can see the gaps. Again, they've dropped off Griffin Dowler these last few laps, so it should be a mano-a-mano, one-on-one type of fight between Cooper Auclair and Macy Williams. But after this last lap, advantage to Cooper Auclair as we head to the final couple laps here, Alex.
Yeah, Auclair still your leader. I believe that might have been the checker there, Emery, for Auclair ahead of Macy Williams. But Auclair is your winner here ahead of Macy Williams, who was your pole sitter to start this one. Dowler in 3rd, Bradley Bitts 4th, Gio Santora rounds out your top 5. Then it's Frederick Lemieux, your winner in rounds 1 and 2 in Phoenix. Spencer Smith, the man who went purple in that one, finishes 7th. Boss Patel, Bailey Murphy, and Olivier Bedard rounding out your top 10 in the Senior Max class, Emery.
Yeah, down through the rest of the field, Landon Billy, Ian Quinn, Carson Mallett with a good run to get up to 13th. Savannah Callis and Jeremy Cooper round out your top 15. In the Masters Max side of things, it was Christopher Mann beating Billy Cleveland by only 3/1000ths of a second. So we'll try to get a little bit more eyes on that one as we get into the main event, or the second heat in the main event actions later on today. But a good run from those guys and from Clayton Kessler as we get wrapped up here with the Senior and Masters Max categories. One more heat race before we head off to lunch break, and that will be the Mini Max, guys, coming up next on Kart Chaser.
All testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Realistic karting sim experience in
Welcome back to Race Rotax's U.S. Trophy West, presented by XScale Motorsports. We're here in Tucson, Arizona, at the Musselman Honda circuit. My name is Alexander Soro. With me, Emery Lida. Emery, we just saw a great Senior Max first heats, but coming up is your Mini Max drivers here. What do you think we can expect in this one?
I mean, thanks, Alex. This should be a really good category to watch here. We've seen Jackson Porter have the handle on the Mini Max category all season long, but in qualifying, it was really tight here between the top three. We saw Harrison Jeffrey continuing to chip away at that battle, and I think that we're seeing really everything that you would anticipate from a pack trying to get close together. As I say that, Harrison Jeffrey looped it around there on the warm-up lap, so not ideal for Jeffrey, who is on the outside of the front row and looked to be as close as anyone really to being able to unseat Jackson Porter at the front of the field. So, I mean, Jackson Porter been solid all season long. Harrison Jeffrey with a good pace. Christian Sanguinetti pulled off early in qualifying after he got into third, saved all the tires. Gage Grant into fourth, looked competitive in quali. And then you got Mateo Quinto, Wyatt Kroger, Vesper Majelska, as well as Nico Scullion rounding out your field here in Minimax, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, up front though, it's the Hy-Vee red machine of Jackson Porter, who was dominant in Phoenix, to say the least, last month, and I expect more of the same here this weekend. But the gap between him and Sanguinetti and Gage Grant wasn't that large. I mean, it wasn't like it was a second, right? It was still enough of a gap for Jackson Porter to where you could look at this one and say, I mean, how is anybody going to stop this kid? But nonetheless, we saw it in Phoenix that it is possible. There was a trend in Phoenix where both times in the second heats, Jackson Porter, dropped off the pace a little bit, but in those opening heat races and even the feature races, he was incredibly quick. And we expect more of the same here. But Sanguinetti has also been very fast this weekend. Gage Grant's been fast. Mateo Quinto's been fast as well. So, yeah, I mean, for me, the story is, what can the drivers behind Jackson Porter do to stop him?
Yeah, and real quickly, it looks like we have a little bit of a mix-up here on the formation lap with Jeffrey spinning around. He was able to get back to the pack, but they didn't let him back through, and Sanguinetti actually took his spot on the outside of the front row. So it'll be interesting to see how the officials handle that, but it looks like Harrison Jeffrey is going to have his great qualifying effort go straight to waste here, as instead of starting second, he's going to have to start shotgun on the field which puts Christian Sanguinetti on the front row, puts Jackson Porter in second. Mateo Quintos found his way to third somehow. The order's a bit jumbled up, but we're green flag racing here, and Jackson Porter already off to the lead with Mateo Quinto streaking into second as he's the big winner from that starting exchange, Alex.
Yeah, Mateo Quinto, Sanguinetti are up a few spots more than they thought they would have. That's a bummer there for Jeffrey, who was one of the drivers that was very close to Jackson Porter in that qualifying session on board that Praga machine. So now Jeffrey's going to have a lot of work to do to get back up to where he should have been. Whoa, late lunge there. Wow. Oh, crossover move. Jackson Porter back to the front. But that was Mateo Quinto for a brief moment. Thought he had the move done in turn 7 on Porter. The aggression levels are up here, Emery. I mean, we're seeing a difference in confidence between what we saw in Phoenix to here in Tucson, Arizona, where Porter was incredibly quick and dominant in Phoenix. So far, it looks as though Quinto and Sanguinetti think that they have a similar piece underneath them to take the fight to Jackson Porter there. Quinto thought about it. Sanguinetti, late lunge. He's going to go through on Mateo Quinto. Quinto tapped his helmet saying, please work with me. Sanguinetti ignored it. He's up to P2. That was an incredible, Daniel Ricciardo style of late lunge there in turn 1. We're in for a good one here, as I thought for a second Sanguinetti was going to go for it again on Jackson Porter. But so far, so good for the Hy-Vee Red machine. But we have a lot of racing action to start up this opening round of heats here, Emery.
Yeah, Sanguinetti sent that one all the way back from Tempe, honestly. So you can see there, Christian Sanguinetti, I mean, he had so much confidence under braking there. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, I had some brief thoughts there that he might have steamed right all the way into Jackson Porter with how far back he sent that one from. But no harm, no foul. He's in the second, and we have a 4-car lead pack here. Jackson Porter not able to break away from these guys as of yet. So we'll see how aggressive Sanguinetti gets. Not going to send it quite as aggressively this time through. But, yeah, good move from him on Mateo Quinto. Now Quinto's going to come under fire from Gage Grant in that 4th position. So it's all kind of to play for here in this lead group. I would expect Jackson Porter maybe to come under threat here. Sanguinetti might try to get a little bit more control of the race if he can get into the lead, as you see Quinto, really good run through those S's. Goes a little bit wide on exit, though. Interesting to see the different lines through there. The track is so wide that allows you a little bit of leeway to kind of be creative with the different lines and the different entry speeds and turn-in points, but you still have to be on your marks, as Jackson Porter has been all weekend and all season long. And now, I mean, you can see him leading the group. You can see Harrison Jeffries back in 5th now. He's cleared 6th and 7th, but he's still got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch this lead group. But having said that, he has been very good here on this last couple of circuits, as you now see further action down into turn number 1. Porter overshoots it a little bit. That's going to give Sanguinetti a chance coming through this hairpin. Not quite close enough as Christian Sanguinetti tries to find a way by the Hy-Vee Red machine here, Alex.
Yeah, Sanguinetti back-to-back laps. He went purple 55 flat last time around as Gage Grant behind them got around Mateo Quinto. So now Gage Grant on board that 115 chassis, 115 go-kart there, up into 3rd, move Quinto down to 4th. Jeffrey is back in the mix, only about a 1/10 of a second slower lap time-wise than your leaders. There he is in frame. That Praga machine is coming. I don't know if he's going to have enough laps, as there's only 4 remaining at the end of this one here, Emery, but still, Porter leads ahead of Sanguinetti. They have a slight buffer over 3rd and 4th ahead of Jeffrey in 5th, who, when it's all said and done, might have a P3 finish at the end of this heat race. And who would have thought that at the end of that opening warm-up lap when he was spun around in turn 7. So impressive stuff for Jeffrey there. Here is Sanguinetti, who last time around was slightly slower than Porter, but only by a few hundredths of a second here through the fast chicane there. Has a good run. Potential move incoming here for Sanguinetti. I thought he was going to go for it. That was closer than what it was in turn 1 when he passed Quinto earlier on in this one, but Sanguinetti playing it smart, maybe just scouting Jackson Porter through this section of the racetrack, seeing where he's quicker and where he's not. This is the portion of the track where Sanguinetti has a slightly different line than Porter. He turns in earlier than Porter, but it's benefiting Sanguinetti because of the wide exits. He's able to actually carry a lot of speed through these corners, is what I'm noticing, as down the back straightaway there, Sanguinetti, not the same run that we were seeing throughout the race so far, but through the last chicane here, down the front straightaway. Sanguinetti's close enough to make a lunge if he wants to here. Porter up on the wheel. Does Christian Sanguinetti make a move? Not going to happen. Late on the brakes, but not late enough. Porter holds on so far. Sanguinetti still setting faster laps than Porter last time by. These two, once again, like I mentioned all day long, the blueprint is if you can find somebody to draft with, that's the goal. They have extended their advantage over Gage Grant by almost a second, Emery.
Yeah, this has been a two-kart show, but how about Christian Sanguinetti continuing to find extra pace in this race to keep up with Jackson Porter? He's had a couple times now where he's looked close to making a pass, but has not made the move. Elsewhere behind them, though, you can see Harrison Jeffrey closing in on fourth. We'll get a look on that at some point in this last couple laps, but right now the focus is squarely on the battle for the race lead, because Jackson Porter is now going to have only a couple of laps remaining. He's done 6 laps, so 2 laps of racing to go. There's a look at that battle. Jeffrey's caught Mateo Quinto down to the white flag lap. This is it for these guys, and we'll see if Jeffrey can get by. We'll see if Jackson Porter can lose it. It looks like he's lost it. Jackson Porter, while we were focusing on that battle for fourth, has lost the lead to Sanguinetti, and now Sanguinetti having to defend. There comes Gage Grant somehow into second. Porter suddenly has gone from leading basically this entire season to under fire, but a quick over-under gets him into the race lead ahead of Sanguinetti as they now file down through the S's for the final time here, Alex.
What did we just watch? Sanguinetti got around Porter, went too defensive in turn 3, let Gage Grant through, and then both of them were too worried about each other and let Jackson Porter back through on both of them. Unreal racing. Further behind, side by side, Jeffrey's going to get through on Mateo Quinto. So from it's a last to first challenge for Jeffrey. He's at the fourth, but across the stripe for the checkered flag, Jackson Porter. Or no, it's the white flag in the air. Sorry, white flag in the air this time around, Emery. So it's still Porter leads. Sanguinetti is going to have to go defensive on Grant, who spins around. Gage Grant had a late move, tried to do what Sanguinetti did earlier on in the race, and has spun around in turn 1, and it took Sanguinetti with him. So Jackson Porter now with a gift to take the lead here. Sanguinetti and Grant are going to fall back outside your top 5. Harrison Jeffrey is going to somehow be in second place, and that's Quinto behind him. But Jeffrey, I think, has enough of a buffer now over Mateo Quinto to hold on to second place. So Jackson Porter, amidst all the chaos, is going to come away unscathed in this one. Down the back straightaway, the Hy-Vee Red Machine looking clean. No scrapes on it. Can't say the same for the likes of Grant and others here around the final couple corners, Emery. Jackson Porter is going to cross the stripe to win the first chaotic heat in Mini Max. And then it is going to be Harrison Jeffrey ahead of Mateo Quinto. Wow. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, we need to catch our breath a little bit on that one, but Jackson Porter looked under fire at one point, survived it, and he was able to come through with the win. And I absolutely would guess that Christian Sanguinetti and Gage Grant would have wished that our live timing was accurate on that one. So unfortunate for them, they fall back to third. They fall back down the order for themselves. Good effort from Harrison Jeffrey to rebound after what was a difficult start to the heat race, as well as Mateo Quinto, but it's still the Jackson Porter show at the front of the field. So that wraps up the first round of heats for the Rotax U.S. Trophy West Series here as we get set to go live from Tucson, Arizona. We're going to take a lunch break here. We'll be back in about 45 minutes at 1 o'clock local time for heat number 2, and then we get into the main event action live from Tucson.
The world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Talk to me.
Welcome back from the lunch break here for Race Rotax's U.S. Trophy West, presented by Xscale Motorsports. My name is Alexander Searle. With me in the booth is Emery Lyda. Emery, while the first round of heats are done and dusted, the second round of heats are getting ready to start, starting with the Junior Max class. But what did you see from those first round of heats that kind of pivot your thinking and mindset heading into these second round of heats?
Yeah, Alex, I mean, it was an exciting first round of heats. Every single race that we saw, outside of maybe a little bit of the Micromax, but even Micro had a good battle through the field, but every single race had tight racing up at the front of the field. And really, for me, the biggest thing is the top two karts in just about every category had kind of the decision to work with each other and push away from the field. And I think that we're going to see more teamwork and more working together as we get set to go for heat number 2, because clearly the draft here in Tucson has a big effect, and a big effect on classes like this in that Junior Max category. Again, Junior Max, 13 karts in this one of the best races we saw in the previous heat. Battles up at the front of the field between Gage Korn and Nick Eccleston, as well as battles through the field and through the rest of your Junior Max category. So let's go through the starting lineup for this Junior Max field. Again, this one is the second heat, 10 laps of racing here, getting set to go for Junior Max. And this has been, again, one of the most exciting, one of the closest categories all weekend long. So Nick Eccleston will start on pole position alongside Antoine Lemieux, Gage Korn, and Kyle Drysdale on row number 2, Xander Malatesta and Cole Medeiros on row 3, Killian Harris and Olivier Murac on row number 4. We saw him with a great move, 2-for-1 combo on the in the first heat. And then we have Jack Speth and Machen Duchesse rounding out your top 10, Alex.
Yeah, further back, Kaylee Countryman and others, Cadence Presley as well. In that field, Cadence Presley had the issue in that first heat. Unfortunately, spun around and didn't make that first heat. Back in the second heat, though, and looking for a decent drive here in this one. I think one thing to note here, we saw Gage Korn get that win in the first heat, Eggleston second. They had a 3.5 second buffer over the likes of Olivier Murac and Kyle Drysdale, who was about 4 seconds back from him. He had the battle with Antoine Lemieux. Antoine Lemieux was not quick to start that opening heat race earlier today. He had to make a bit of a comeback drive. He was down in 8th at one point in that one, clawed his way back to 5th. He's rolling off second here in this heat race, looking for a little bit better performance out of him in this one. Cole Medeiros was impressive. Killian Harris was up and down throughout the field. Xander Malatesta was in the top 4 for a majority of that opening heat race. He finished 8th in that one. So again, like you mentioned, Emery, the biggest thing that we noticed in all 4 classes was the ability for your front 2 or front 3 to pull away. It's one of those things where at a track like this, where it's a high speed with a couple of tight sections, if you can find a buddy to work with and draft with them and pull away, it makes your life a lot easier in the latter stages of the race. But as they go through the back straightaway now, only a couple corners left on this warm-up lap before they get ready to take the green here. Eggleston nice and slow here with Antoine Lemieux around the outside. Another thing to note as well, in all classes so far in the heat races, the inside row is the place you want to be on. It's natural when you have a super long decreasing radius opening corner that leads into a right-hander. It makes the outside lane not the place you want to be on. So I expect more of the same here as they go onto the straightaway now and get ready to take the green flag. Green flag is in the air. It actually seems to be a better start for the outside row. As I said it, I jinxed it for the inside row. Antoine Lemieux, what a start. He's the P1. Kyle Drysdale up into P2 there. What a start for the inside lane. Gage Korn on the 4th. Malatesta in 5th. Where is Nick Eggleston?
I think Eccleston got caught up in a spin back in the back of the field. We saw it just out of the corner of our frame there. Big contact further back. I'm not sure if Eccleston got caught up in it. You can see now the battling for second, though, is Korn trying to stuff it down the inside of Drysdale. This has been a disastrous start for the entire inside line. And in the first heat, what was basically a 2-kart battle for the lead, now those 2 karts going to have to go through the field there. You can see Korn's back in the 4th slot. Again, a perfect getaway for Antoine Lemieux, who struggled through the first heat. A horrendous getaway for Nick Eccleston there. We'll see if we can pick up where Eccleston fell all the way down to, because I am telling you, it was not a start, not a good first corner for him. And as they go through the list, Nick Eccleston still has not crossed the line. So he had to have spun on that opening lap. In fact, he's still coming through now. 11th place for Nick Eccleston. 10.4 seconds back. This heat is a write-off at this point for him, and it might as well just be figuring out where he can get to. As we see now, Gage Korn has found his way up to third, drops a wheel there on exit, but Korn's going to have to really tap into that big pace that he had in the first heat, because if he does, he could be sitting on the pole here heading into into the final later today, Alex.
Well, so far, everything that I said on that warm-up lap, the exact opposite has happened. I said Antoine Lemieux needs to figure out a way to be quicker on the starts. Well, that's what he's done. For Eggleston there, I said that the inside lane is the place you want to be on. Well, this time the outside lane got a rocket start. It almost looked to me as though maybe Eggleston had an issue getting going, because that cart was, almost stopped on the straightaway. He was going so slow there. I wonder if it almost stalled on him. But nonetheless, Lemieux under fire now from Kyle Drysdale away into turn 5. Move coming inside. He's through. Kyle Drysdale to the point now. It's a 2-car breakaway out front, but Gage Korn is quick. He was quick in the first heat. He was quick in qualifying. You cannot count out the MPG Motorsports driver there in third, Cole Medeiros in fourth. How about the purple man? Where is he? It's 11th place, Nick Eggleston. 0.7 faster than your leader last time by. He's 9.8 seconds back, though.
Yeah, at this point, Nick Eccleston's going to have a long way to go to get even into the top 3. But Kyle Drysdale is on fire early on in this race. He's driven it up to the race lead, got by Antoine Lemieux, and now as they head on to the turn number 1, he sets the fastest lap time of the race so far, 51.679. He's a solid 3/10 clear. You see 2/10. He's starting to kind of bring the top 5 back together a little bit, all the way back to Xander Malatesta in that 5th spot. But really, I mean, this pace that we're seeing from Drysdale in this heat looks very ominous if you're Antoine Lemieux or Gage Korn, because both of them seem to be able to keep up, but they do not have the drivability of Drysdale, who, mind you, in the first heat did not get off to a good start, but over the course of the heat was able to claw his way back into the top 5 through a series of good passes and get through the midfield. So Drysdale showing this pace is not overly surprising, but the way that this whole first few laps has happened has really turned the field on its head, and I think we're going to see a very shaken up grid as a result of it, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. This time around, though, Lemieux was able to match the pace of Drysdale, but not the pace that Gage Korn showed. The top 3 all ran a 51.6 last time by. This is anyone's game still 4 laps into this one, but Gage Korn was the fastest of your top 3 as it stands. These 3 have about a car length or 2 advantage over Cole Medeiros, who's been impressive here. This is a great opening couple of laps here for Cole, who had a good start to the first heat and then fell back as the heat progressed. So far, so good for Medeiros there. Malatesta as well. He started inside the top 5. He's still inside the top 5. A few tenths off the pace, though, of your leaders last time around. DeChesney, great start for Mason, now up into the top 6, as well as Mason Kuhn as well in 7th. Where is Nick Eggleston? He must have had an issue here, Emery. 1:07 last time by. That's about 15 seconds off the pace of what we would expect from him. So maybe a spin or a mistake for him last time around there.
Yeah, I don't know what is up with Nick Eccleston, but whatever it is has not been good for the number 224 that's looked invincible throughout parts of this weekend, but now he's going to have a lot of work to do. But Gage Korn, on the other hand, is flying right now. Purple on the last lap. He's closed that gap to Lemieux up to basically right there within a cart length. And now with a good last sector here, he might have a shot at a move coming into turn number 1, if not sooner. So Korn, we saw him in the first race really dicing it up there with Nick Eccleston. It's not like he hasn't shown this pace. He won the first heat. So for him, this is a chance to solidify a pole position. He knows the importance of that. He knows that most starts, not this one, but most starts, the inside lines had a huge advantage. So just getting himself up into that top 2, guaranteeing the starting spot that he wants will go a long way. And he's also bringing Cole Medeiros with him, who's closed back up to Lemieux. So I think out of this lead group, Lemieux might be the weak link. We saw it last race as well. Lemieux did not have a good end of the race and kind of struggled for raw pace. But this time through, you can see Gage Korn just a little bit further back. The top 4 have Constantiner together. They've all dropped Xander Malatesta. But I mean, this top four right now, all according back together, led by Kyle Drysdale. But as I was talking about Antoine Lemieux kind of falling off a little bit, it seems like he's found that second beat and is right back up on the rear bumper of the number 220 machine, Alex.
Speaking of finding a second beat, Cole Medeiros found an 8th gear last time by, 2/10 quicker and purple at 51.454. He is strapped a rocket to the back of that Junior Max motor there. He is the last leg of this train, but last time by, once again, the fastest guy inside the top 4, all over the bumper now of Gage Corn, who, like you mentioned, Lemieux catching up to Drysdale, Medeiros catching up to Gage Corn as well. This is a 4-kart scrap that'll last the remaining parts of this race. About 1.8 seconds back is Malatesta, who's all on his lonesome there. Mason Kuhn has gotten around Mason Duchesne last time around as well. So good run for Mason Kuhn. Back up front, though, it's Drysdale ahead of Lemieux, who, like we mentioned in previous heat races, there's a trend that seems to happen with about 2 or 3 laps to go where things start to plateau slightly. But nonetheless, Gage Corn put together a good couple of corners now. With a few laps remaining, it looks good for the MPG Motorsports driver to maybe make a move in a turn 1. Not going to happen just yet, but last time around, look at Cole Medeiros. Once again, a 51.494, still the fastest of your top 4.
Yeah, Cole Medeiros is in probably the best spot to bring fast laps onto the table. I mean, he's in the back of the group. He can kind of break at the same point as all of them and get the advantage of the draft. He can see the lines that they're doing, and he's in a good spot, does not have to worry about battling or defending. So for Medeiros, this is a really good race, kind of the most pace we've seen all weekend from him, but he's going to have to get his elbows out a little bit to get up through the field, because we've seen Antoine Lemieux and Gage Corn do battle. We've seen Drysdale fight his way to the front. Now we're going to see Gage Corn to the inside. Not happening into turn number 1. You can see him try Lemieux. That gives a little bit more of a gap now to Drysdale coming down the main straight into turn number 1, and now you can really see just how aggressive Corn is trying to get by. Try to use the bumper a little bit there. Now peeks to the inside through turn number 2. Nothing happening. He's still trying everything he can. This is going to be a sending zone here. Lemieux sees it coming, blocks it off. Watch for the crossover. Not going to happen, and they stay single file with now Medeiros popping out of line, trying to get a little bit of a better run here coming through the S's.
I'm impressed that Lemieux and Corn have been able to defend and maintain the gap to Kyle Drysdale up front. So Drysdale still under fire from Lemieux and Corn, as now Drysdale to the bottom of the track. Lemieux follows suit. Corn in the middle. Medeiros to the high side here through the hairpin. Who's going to come out on top? Drysdale goes wide. Lemieux's going to follow through. Corn's going to stay in third. Medeiros couldn't make anything happen there. White flag in the air. Drysdale to the bottom of the track here. High side for Lemieux into turn 1. Nothing going to happen yet. Drysdale runs wide there. Checkered in the air. So Drysdale wins it ahead of Lemieux, Gage Corn, and Cole Medeiros.
Yeah, that was a good heat race there. We saw kind of everyone staying in line, staying patient. I think Gage Corn, knowing that his main competition finished the race 6 laps down out of the race after an incident, is something to keep an eye on. It certainly meant that he kind of was able to just chill. But on Antoine Lemieux's side of things, a better rebound from him, and how about it for Kyle Drysdale? We saw the pace from him in the first heat, did not have the result he would have wanted, but now heading into the final, red hot alongside him again. Lemieux, Corn, Medeiros, Sandro Malatesta will be a little bit disappointed to have lost that group down the rest of the race, but certainly not the end of the world for him. He finishes 5th, Mason Kuhn 6th, Olivier Marc, a disappointing run from him to end up 7th in this heat. Mason Duchesne in 8th, Kaylee Countryman 9th, and Jack Speth did not finish alongside him. Killian Harris didn't finish. Nick Eccleston also had issues, and Cadence Presley only able to manage 2 laps for their second Junior Max heat race, Alex.
Yeah, that was a crazy, chaotic last lap there. Drysdale holds off there, but this is gonna be very interesting now. Come feature time later this afternoon, with Nick Eggleston not finishing, so he has a 2nd and a 12th. We have Drysdale, who has about a top 5 and a 1st. Lemieux has a 5th and a 2nd. Gage Corn a 1st and a 3rd. That'll definitely put him on pole for the feature race later this afternoon. Medeiros with a couple of top 6 finishes this afternoon. So it's gonna be interesting to see where they all slot through after maybe any sort of penalties are assessed. and the math is added up. But for me, the biggest thing, because Eggleston, regardless of he dropped back to 12th and unfortunately had to retire from the race, was arguably the quickest guy on the track. I mean, he was setting purple times before he had to retire from the race. So even if he has to start outside the top 5, he's going to be the driver to watch. But with Drysdale's newly found pace, Lemieux seems to have, figured out any sort of cobwebs that was happening in that first heat race, and he looks to be quick again. So I think we're in for a stellar Junior Max final later this afternoon here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lemieux, I think for me, was kind of the surprise of the race. We saw in the first heat, he struggled to keep the tires underneath him for a full 10 laps. But in this one, if anything, he got better at the end of the race. We saw his sister do a lot better in the Senior Max race down the stretch and kind of pick up spots on her end, going from 9th to, I believe, 6th or 7th by the end of that one. So whatever it is, the REM boys have clearly found something for both Federic as well as for Antoine. So it'll be interesting to watch in the final. Gage Corn going to have a great starting spot for that one. Nick Eccleston with some work to do. But for Junior Max, it's going to be an exciting final coming up later today. But the Micromax category coming in next, I think will be a lot of fun to watch and see exactly what Lucas Tarango can do as we get set to go for their second heat coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in that first heat.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Welcome back to Tucson, Arizona, here at Musselman Honda Circuit for the Race Rotax's US Trophy West, presented by XScale Motorsports. On track right now is your Mini Max drivers with Micromax drivers, with Lucas Tarango on pole position ahead of Paxton Romero. Connor Lipka, Braxton Mayers in your top four. Yutaka Tsunoda, rounding out your top 5 here in Micro Max. In the first heat race, it was a walkaway for Lucas Tarango, but further back, it was a good battle. Paxton Romero in second. Lipka was able to hold off his teammate Tyson Underwood there for third in that first heat race here. Emery, I mean, from what we saw in that first heat, what are the key storylines heading into the second heat race, and what can these drivers do to go out there and compete against the number 7 driver up there?
I mean, the key storyline for me is straight up Lucas Tarango looks like he's in a different zip code. Put seven consecutive purple laps together, the 7 fastest laps of an 8-lap heat race. Any way you slice it, it's impressive for the number 7 machine. So if you're the rest of the field, I mean, I like to be an optimistic one and say, look, like anything can happen in these races, and they can. But if you're the rest of the field, I think you have to focus one lap at a time, try to clean the act up a little bit, and try to beat the rest of the field first, and then worry about beating that number 7 machine. I mean, we saw some great battling down through the field. Yutaka Tsunoda, as well as a few of the other guys, had a lot of good battles throughout the last heat race. We saw Connor Lipka and Paxton Romero go at it briefly. Romero was able to kind of break away a little bit. And then we also saw some more battling between Sebastian Johnson, the aforementioned Tsunoda, as well as a little bit with Braxton Myers and with Tyson Underwood as well. So all of these guys have had good battles, but there's one guy at the front of the field that has been absolutely dominant so far, and Lucas Tarango. It's been his show so far this weekend in Tucson, and we'll see if he can continue to make it that way, or if we can see the likes of Paxton Romero, Connor Lipka, and more get set to completely unset him. So should be a fun race to go here as they line up through the last couple corners here, getting set to go for their start of the race. Again, 8 laps of distance in this heat race, the second of 2. This is a non-progressive heat format, which means that each heat race does not matter for where you start the next one. So, for example, in the case of Yutaka Tsunoda, he starts 5th in this one, even though he finished lower than 5th in the last heat race. So he gets reset, but it does count towards the final position going into the main event. But for these guys at the front, they're not thinking about starting position. They're thinking about winning this race as they go down into the tram lines. Here comes Lucas Tarango getting set to go. It's a green in the air. This time the inside gets a good watch. Again, Connor Lipka into second. We see now Paxton Romero trying to get that spot right back, and he does. They're side by side down into turns 2 and 3. Here you can see Tarango already with a solid 3 kart length lead, and it's Paxton Romero trying to give chase as the field wanders their way down to the first hairpin, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream start here for Lucas Tarango. Already has a sizable margin ahead of the field there. Romero second. It's Lipka in third. A great start there for Braxton Myers, up a couple spots. Yutaka Tsunoda has lost one to Tyson Underwood. How about Keaton Wiegers? I mean, we saw him start from the back and move his way towards the inside of the top 5 in that first heat race. Gonna have to do it again here as he sits in 8th place at the moment. Romero got a good exit out of that hairpin there. Was able to extend his advantage over Connor Lipka, who has a gaggle of go-karts behind him as you cross the stripe to round out your opening lap here in the second heat for these Micromax drivers. Again, these are the 8 to 12-year-old drivers. Lipka on board the comp cart there, and then behind him, it's the Burrell Art driver of Braxton Myers, and then it's Underwood, Tsunoda, Johnson, and Wiegers. I mean, that is a 5-kart train separated by 4/10. Smart stuff there from Braxton Myers, electing to actually push Connor Lipka rather than make a pretty easy move probably to the inside with the run that he had. But I think Braxton, at this stage in the race, it's too early to battle. He feels as though if he can push Connor Lipka back to the front, they might be able to catch up to Paxton Romero, who wasn't that much quicker than them when the field started to spread out and have its natural field spread in that first heat race here. But never mind. Inside, Braxton Myers gonna have help from Tyson Underwood. It's a 2-for-1 special there. Braxton Myers and Underwood ahead of Connor Lipka now, who has to hold off from the likes of the number 3 driver of Yutaka Tsunoda, and that's Sebastian Johnson, and then Keaton Wiegers right behind him. That is a 6-car train. Inside, Underwood's through on Braxton Myers. Look for the crossover move from Myers. A little bit of contact there on the exit of turn 1. Here comes Connor Lipka now on the inside of turn 3. Lipka's through. Johnson's through. Myers from 4th to 7th in one corner.
Yeah, Braxton Myers, I was just about to comment about what a good start he's had. Got all the way up to 3rd. And in the span of about half of a lap, that has completely come undone for him. He's all the way back in 7th, could even lose it and fall down to 8th. So a nightmarish run here from Braxton Mayers, but he'll have time to recoup it. As back to the front of this group, you can see there Connor Lipka as well as Tyson Underwood trying to pull away from this group. They've lost the likes of Paxton Romero up the road. There you can see Romero. There is Underwood. There is the rest of the field. So a lot of work to be done. As there you can see Braxton Mayers falling all the way down to the 8th position. So this mid-pack group, this mid-pack battle from third on back has been incredibly exciting all weekend long. And we've seen the last seat, we saw a lot of battling from about 4th to 6th. Now, though, we're seeing shuffling all the way throughout this grid. But at the front of the field, the story is the same as we see more battling from 4th on back. This is the battle with Tyson Underwood, Connor Lipka, Sebastian Johnson, and Yutaka Tsunoda all under a blanket. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Tsunoda has been probably the quickest kart of the 4 in terms of the start of this race, but now he's going to have to find that track position. Underwood out of the S's through the bull. He's not catching Pax Romero in the slightest, but what he is doing just enough to hang on against his group of 3 behind him as they jockey and shuffle down into the final couple corners.
Yeah, all this battling is giving Paxton Romero the dream advantage there for P2. I mean, we'll give Tarango some flowers here briefly there as he goes purple once again by almost a second. He has a 3.5-second margin. He's in a different zip code compared to the rest of these drivers on the racetrack. But here on your screen, it's still Underwood ahead of Lipka, ahead of Sebastian Johnson, who's had a great run in this one so far. Tsunoda now losing slightly to the back of the number 14 machine there. But again, it's a Comp Kart 3, 4, and 5 here in Micro Max. Let's see if these drivers can start to work together, though. They only have a 1.4 second disadvantage to Paxton Romero. So if they can start to work together and really, utilize the draft, should I say, they might have a chance to catch up to Romero now with 3.5 laps remaining. You see Underwood give Lipka the helmet tap saying, work with me here. I mean, the 3 comp karts are hopefully going to work with each other under the same chassis manufacturer. So running the final couple corners here to complete lap 5. Let's see if we're going to see any battling here for the 4th position. Slight defensive maneuvering from Underwood. I thought Lipka was going to make a move there, thought better of it. Johnson got into the rear bumper of Lipka there, unsettled the go-kart slightly now through turns 3 and 4. Now, Emery, how do you think this is going to play out? If you're these comp kart drivers, do you work together knowing that Tsunoda behind you is quicker? That's a late lunge there on Sebastian Johnson. That's going to halt both their progress. But like I was saying, if you're one of these comp kart drivers, do you work together? Or if you feel like you have more pace, hiding, do you try to, make that pass and catch up to Romero?
I think at this point we've seen enough from everyone to know that the pace is pretty similar. And so personally, I'd probably stay in line and just not risk any sort of issue in this race. I mean, if you look at it from the lens of trying to fight for that last podium spot, they're doing a good job. They're all in the mix. It's going to be a good battle for the last spot on the podium. The problem is there's another guy that might as well not even be in Tucson at this point, and there's another one right in front of them. So Lucas Tarango is currently way up the road, continuing to set purple laps. And then on the flip side as well, Paxton Romero continues to just slowly but surely pull 2-3 tenths every lap. And now you can see this battle for third. I mean, they're running well together. They're trying to help each other, but it's just not going anywhere. If I'm Lipka, I probably would consider making a move here at this point, knowing that I think he feels like he has more pace than Tyson Underwood. Certainly lap time wise, it would seem that way. And if it's not so much worrying about the fight from behind or maybe picking up the battle for second, but more so just simply trying to see what kind of pace he has in that kart. And as they head down towards the white flag lap, I think this is where we're going to start to see it kick off in the battle for third position. 3 comp karts under a blanket coming down to the white flag. Here goes Underwood on the defensive. Lipka to the inside. Now it's Johnson to the outside. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. A little bit of contact. And you can see Tyson Underwood survives that first corner. Now he's got about a 3 kart length gap to play with Connor Lipka stalling in behind him. As now you can see Tsunoda going to send one to the inside into turn number 5. And he'll go side by side with Johnson on the exit there, Alex.
Yeah, deja vu from 2 laps ago when we saw Sonoda and Johnson going at it. Now, the battle for third rages on here with half a lap remaining. It's still Underwood ahead of Lipka. Lipka's going to need a great exit out of this corner if he wants a chance on the back straightaway. He's gotten that indeed. Down the back straightaway he goes as Tarango rounds final corner to win the first and second heat race. That'll put him on pole for the feature race later this afternoon. Sonoda the inside on Johnson. Johnson's going to hold the outside there. Meanwhile, for third, who's going to get it, Underwood or Lipka? Tyson Underwood gets it by less than half a tenth. Tyson Underwood third, Lipka fourth. Johnson holds off ahead of Keaton Wiegers, who was able to get around Yutaka Sonoda in that final corner. So Sonoda thought he was making a move on Johnson for fifth and actually ended up losing a spot and finishing seventh. So what a final half a lap here in the Micro Max class. It's Tarango ahead of everybody by 6.5 seconds. He was purple by 8 tenths over the second closest driver to him, Romero there, all on his lonesome in second. Underwood rounding out your top 3 in this second heat race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Lucas Tarango, a 6.5 second gap as you see the rest of the Micromax field peeling off in the pits. I mean, for those of you watching at home, wherever you might be, this is the RMC US Trophy West Series, round number 3 in Tucson. And Lucas Tarango might as well have been racing at TSRS, which is also on Kart Chaser this weekend. He might as well have been racing at Speed Sports with the gap that he had over Paxton Romero and the rest of the field. So a great effort for Tarango. We'll see if he can keep it up into the final. But first, a word from our partners.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Tucson, Arizona here at Musselman Honda Circuits for the Race Rotax US Trophy West presented by XGale Motorsports. My name is Alexander Sor, with me, Emery, Lida Emery. We've had a great opening first heat race. The first 2 second heat races have been great as well, but now it's time to go senior and master max racing. The senior guys put on a great show for us in that first heat. I expect more of the same in the second heat. It's Macy Williams on pole position here in this one.
Yeah, Macy Williams did not get the win that she would have wanted in the first heat, but like we were talking about earlier, non-progressive heat races mean she gets another crack at it from the pole position. How about it for Cooper Auclair, the Heat 1 winner, starting on the outside of row number 1 in the number 321 Comp Kart machine. Bradley Bitts and Gio Santor and Gio Santora starting on row number 2. Griffin Dowler had a good run in the first heat to finish 3rd. He starts on row 3 alongside Bailey Murphy. Boss Patel, Spencer Smith, Frederick Lemieux, and Landon Billy round out your top 10 as this stacked 21 Kart Senior Max field gets set to go. And how about a quick shout out to the guys at the rear of the field in the Masters Max category. Clayton Kessler, Christopher Mann, and Billy Clem put on a show in that last heat. They'll start all the way at tail end Charlie of the field of this one in their own separate battle. But at the front of the Senior Max field, we've got a showdown coming between Macy Williams, Cooper Auclair, and possibly more if we can see the rest of the upper top 10 get themselves in the battle here. So 10 laps of distance. We saw a shootout early on in the day. It is set to be yet another one here with Macy Williams and Cooper Auclair putting on a show for us here, Alex.
Yeah, I expect more of the same here, but with Bits, Santora, Dowler, Murphy, Patel, Smith, Lemieux, Billy, and others behind them, I expect this to be more than a 2-car breakaway out front here as they round the final corner. Macy Williams gets set to take the green flag. Green flag is out. Great start for the inside lane as expected, and as we've seen for a majority of these heat races. Down to the inside goes everybody in the inside lane. Williams holds on to that lead side by side for second. Cooper Auclair somehow, some way holds on to second place there. Good start for Gio Santora there to slot into third place. Bits in fourth now. How about Bailey Murphy up into the top 5? Griffin Dowler, not a start he would have wanted, down into 6th place. He was a driver that was right there in the mix for a top 3 finish in that first heat race. He's going to have his work cut out for him to start out this second heat race for the Senior Max guys. 10 laps of distance here. Macy Williams ahead of Auclair still as they go to the back straightaway.
Yeah, how about it for Macy Williams onto the back straightaway into the last few corners. You can see she has been so good this weekend. Fastest in warm-up, fastest in qualifying. Had a good shot against Auclair. Now she comes down the straightaway, leads her second straight lap number 1 of these races. But Cooper Auclair right into, going to try for the crossover. Not happening there. He's going to have himself a treat here coming into turn 2 and 3. Cooper Auclair into the race lead. Cooper Auclair back to the point here in Tucson is now Macy Williams going to send it down the inside. They make contact behind her. Macy Williams goes off the track, and that was very sketchy. Now as Bailey Murphy goes to the inside and takes over the race lead from Bradley Bitts. It is all shaking out here, but we have got now a massive cluster of karts here led by Bailey Murphy as Macy Williams got punted out from the race lead. Griffin Dowler going to try to the inside of Bitts here for second. And their 2 protagonists from the first heat race are going to have a lot of work to do now from 4th and 5th to get back to the point as Bailey Murphy, for the first time all weekend, leads the lap here in Tucson.
Yeah, Bailey Murphy leads Gio Santora, leads Griffin Dowler, and then it's Williams and Auclair behind him. It got a bit awkward there in turn 5 in that last lap with Santora getting to the rear bumper of Macy Williams. If Williams gets back to him, I wonder if she'll return the favor. Inside, Dowler's through. Here comes Williams, going to push Dowler through as well. And Williams is going to slice wide and push Santora into the dirt. And then Santora now is going to get to the side of Cooper Auclair, and they're both going to lose spots side by side through the S's. Whoa! Cooper Auclair is out of the second heat race here. He made contact with, I believe, what looks to be Boss Patel there, the 395. That's Bradley Bitts. Cooper Auclair and Bitts are out of this one. Side by side further back there for 5th position. But Cooper Auclair side by side through the S's. That all started in turn number 6 when he and Gio Santora got into it. And then that was just the repercussions of all of that. So unfortunate for Auclair. Macy Williams actually came out a bit unscathed after all of this. She's back up into the top 3, but it's Bailey Murphy and Dowler out front. This is actually great for Williams, who actually has a second and a third under her belt as Dowler to the inside. He's through on Bailey Murphy. There was a yellow flag waving in that corner. Murphy's going to go back through side by side for second here. Macy Williams and Dowler. I need a moment to catch my breath here, Emery, but this is unbelievable stuff there. But before I send it on to you, I want to point out real quick, I think because Murphy got that move back from Dowler, nothing will probably come away from it, but there was a yellow in that corner. Meanwhile, Williams back to P2, maybe side by side with Dowler. They're 3 wide here for second place. Williams hold on to third. That's one of the comp carts now making his way back up to the 4th. I believe that might be Gio Santora. It is. So Santora back in the 4th position. Boss Patel rounds out your top 5.
Yeah, this all started with Gio Santora on the back bumper of Macy Williams, and now what do we have? Gio Santora back on the rear bumper of Macy Williams. Williams gonna chuck one to the inside of Griffin Dower, not happening there. Now she's gonna be under fire here from Gio Santora. These last few laps have been utterly chaotic in this Senior Max field. It's only getting crazier here. Santora under fire now through the S's. This is sketchy stuff in the top 5. And really, it doesn't seem like we're going to get any sort of ability to catch our breath. I mean, Cooper Auclair out of this one will have massive ramifications on his starting position for the final. Auclair has yet to have a bad race this entire season so far. Now suddenly he's going to have to start himself all the way back, probably in the mid-teens, as he gets set to go for the final. So a really, really chaotic couple of laps here, but now the top 3 have sorted themselves out. It's, again, Bailey Murphy to the point, out of nowhere seemingly into the race lead. Dower in a second. Now Dower going to go for the lead to the inside. A little bit of a move there. He gets it done. Move Griffin Dower to the race lead. Now Macy Williams going to chuck it in for second and get by Bailey Murphy. So ever-changing battle here in Senior Max, and it's now going to be led by the 305 of Griffin Dower.
Unbelievable stuff here in Senior Max. And Emery, we're only halfway through this one. So it's Griffin Dowler leading Macy Williams. Bailey Murphy has put on a great performance on board that Car Republic to sit in third as it stands. Good run out of that final corner for Macy Williams here. Look for a move to the inside potentially coming here as lap 6 is in the books. Not going to happen. Dowler's going to hold on this one. Williams all over the rear bumper of Griffin Dowler. I think at this point of the race, she feels as though if she can just work together with Griffin, because Griffin is quick. Griffin proved they had the pace in that first heat race. Let's see through the back section of this racetrack. Williams through, possibly into turn 5. Yes. Macy Williams back to the point there. Murphy now side by side with Dowler. Here comes Boss Patel and Gio Santora, who all over the rear bumper, shoving his way through. That's a 5th to 3rd move for Gio Santora, who uses that front nose cone once again to get through. He's up in the 3rd position ahead of Boss Patel, Bailey Murphy, and now Landon Billy is in the mix here in 6th.
Yeah, Gio Santora really taking the they give you a bumper for a reason tactic to heart here as he moves himself up to 3rd, really kind of pulled himself along, and now he's going to have to be on the other side of it and defend a little bit. I mean, I can't imagine he's made too many friends, but hey, he has got himself the track position. He's got himself into prime position now. Not quite as prime as Macy Williams, who has fought her way back to the race lead ahead of Griffin Dowler, but still a good run from Santora amidst all the chaos. And how about it? I mean, this field, with the amount of chaos that we've had through this race, I mean, it's really kind of cycled out to where we have some interesting stories into the top 5 or the top 5. I mean, Bradley Bitts having a strong run for him in the 4th as well. Griffin Dowler, again, set to start the final in the top 3 if you can keep this one up. And, of course, Macy Williams up at the lead is now Bitts back to the back bumper of Gio Santora. And, again, maybe we're going to see a little bit less patience from the rest of the field on Santora after some of these moves. But Gio Santora going to get pushed down the main straightaway. That last time through, not quite able to make a good enough impression on Griffin Dowler, who's really been losing time to Macy Williams. But this 3-cart battle for second is going to get pretty crazy here as they get down to the last couple laps here, Alex. And you can see Dowler just barely able to hang on into that hairpin, and he's going to be under a lot of fire from a guy who has not been afraid to use the extra body work here.
Yeah, about a lap and a half remains here in the Senior Max class. Smooth sailing out front for Macy Williams. Last time by, she crossed the stripe 5/10 ahead of Dowler. It looks to be a little bit more this time around. Dowler ahead of Gio Santora, who moved Boss Patel about a lap and a half ago. So if Patel can get back to him, that'll be some fireworks for sure as they cross the line here. Down the front straightaway, potential move incoming. Gio Santora to the inside. He's through. Patel follows through as well. Griffin Dowler with a crossover. A little hip check as well through turns 2 and 3. Not going to make it work. So Gio Santora up into 2nd place. Patel to 3rd. Maybe the inside for Boss Patel. Not going to happen. Dowler falls back to 4th. Bailey Murphy might have a say in this one before it's all said and done. But so far, so good for Santora in 2nd place there. And then that's Patel in 3rd. Dowler still holds on to 4th, but potentially now down this rack straightaway, Emery, he might have a chance in the move.
Yeah, Boss Patel trying his best to make a move again. Do not forget what happened to these guys a couple laps ago, but right now it's all going out for that 2nd spot on back. It looks like Santora might be in the clear here onto the final lap, but you can see now, at the checkers actually, and you can see that Santora has found his way into that second position. He is chilling at this point, and Macy Williams, who has had a dominant performance, really, at this point, she was able to go purple, and she was able to have probably the best possible race out there. I mean, she was able to get a win. She was able to make sure that her opponent, through really the chaos that happened after she got punted, was able to get herself into a winning position. And for Cooper Auclair, he finishes 23rd. So Macy Williams is going to be able to win to start on pole position. Santora's going to be able to start inside the top 5. Boss Patel had a good run through the heat. Griffin Dower in 4th, not quite as well as he would have wanted, but still a consistent run for him. And Bailey Murphy, after leading some laps, falls down to 5th, but still a good run for him as well. Landon Billy, Frederick Lemieux, Spencer Smith, Ian Quinn, and Oliver Bedard round out your top 10 here, as again, a chaotic Senior Max race, Alex, but one that ultimately ended up in a comfortable win for Macy Williams.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about some of the moments in that one. I mean, where do we start? To me, you said it best. That all kicked off with Gio getting into the back of Macy Williams, bringing the likes of the drivers in 5th on back into play. So then that following lap, we saw it again with Williams returning the favor slightly on Gio Santora, who went in the sand and then tried to stuff it into turn 6, no grip on the tires, got into it with Auclair, moved Auclair back, and then they were side by side in the chicane, and that's when the contact ensued. But to me, that was it's hard racing, and maybe some drivers might feel like they got the short end of the stick in this one, but to me, it's one of those things where they're all racing, again, for a ticket to the grand finals later this year, this championship, sorry. So to me, every single race counts. I mean, there's points up for grabs for heat races, right? And so everyone feels as though every single race, every single position matters. And that was a result of hard racing in the Senior Max category with a bunch of drivers who have been in the game for a long time and know what they need to do to get the job done. But for me, I mean, I want to hear your perspective on it all. To me, that was hard racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's all hard racing at the end of the day. At some point, we're talking national level competition. There's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of hip checking and shuffling. And to me, nothing that we saw from that race was too far down the line. I mean, I think it was a little bit humorous to see Gio Santora use the bumper on multiple occasions, but they weren't like objectively horrendous punts. They were just kind of marginal nudges that in one case kind of created a swarm around him, but in the other case was a fair move to get himself up to 3rd. So I think in general, it was clean racing. There got to be a little bit of an excess amount of chaos, but ultimately, I mean, that's the type of racing that we want to see. We want to see hard racing that maybe borders on the line of being over-aggressive, but toes that line very well. And I think that's what we saw from this heat race. A lot of good action. And hey, I mean, it's going to make for an exciting final now with some people out of position and more people trying to get themselves up to the front of the field in a class where it's been proven that these guys are not afraid to be ultra aggressive, whether it be from defending or from using the bumper in some special ways.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nonetheless, that was a chaotic race. Macy Williams is going to start on pole position here this afternoon for the feature race. Where does this put Cooper Auclair? I mean, he has now a 1st and a 23rd under his belt, so when it's all said and done, I mean, he should cycle out to maybe a 10th or 12th place position. But nonetheless, I mean, when we come back here, Emery, we're going to get set to go mini-max racing for the final heat, round of heats before our feature race. Don't go anywhere.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Tucson, Arizona. This is the final round of heats here. Heat 2 for the Mini Max drivers. It's the Hy-Vee red machine, the 122 of Jackson Porter on pole position ahead of Harrison Jeffrey, Christian Sanguinetti, and Gage Grant, as well as Mateo Quinto, rounding out your top 5. Emery, I mean, we saw chaos ensue on those final 2 laps of the first heat race in Mini Max. I expect more of the same. I mean, for some of these drivers, hopefully not as much to that extreme as we saw with, Sanguinetti and Grant getting into it, and, the amount of crossovers that we saw. Jeffrey spun around in the warm-up lap, had to start last, clawed his way back to second. So chaos up and down the field, that at the end of it all, it was Jackson Porter that came away with this morning's heat race victory. A second chance at it, though, for a lot of these drivers here. And I think the one good thing about, the rest of this field, at Phoenix, Jackson Porter seemed seemingly untouchable. Here in Tucson, the pace is very similar, and at times it looks as though some of the drivers behind him have more pace than that 122 machine. So this is all to play for here with one more heat plus a feature to go today.
Yeah, for Jackson Porter, this has still been a good weekend, but he does not look as invincible as he did in Phoenix, where it seemed like he could pull 2-3 tenths out of his ability at any given time. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch here to see what he can pull off. I mean, we know that he has the pace. We know Harrison Jeffrey has the pace when he doesn't spin out on the formation lap. So he's ticked that box off. So now he can focus a little bit more on getting himself ahead of Jackson Porter. And then we know that Christian Sanguinetti and Gage Grant have pace from that last heat as well. So the top 4 all have shown a lot of ability through these the first heat race and more this weekend. Let's see what the second one has in store for us. It's Mini Max. It's 8 laps. It's green as we get set to go here. And the top 3 again on the inside get off to a brilliant start. And once again, Harrison Jeffrey falling back to 4th on the outside lane. He'll have a lot of work to do as Jackson Porter leads to the first set of corners, Alex.
Yeah, good start for Porter here. Sanguinetti's going to hold on to second place, slightly defensive there through turns 4 and 5 for him. Porter now going slightly defensive. Whoa, that's a questionable late lunge there from Quinto. He thought that gap was there. It closed rather quickly on him. Mateo Quinto, great job to back out of that one. Otherwise, that could have been contact for both drivers there, and they both lived to fight another corner. Porter goes a little bit wide there. Sanguinetti's going to have a decent run down this back straightaway there, and then it's Quinto in third. And then you mentioned Jeffrey, who had a shocker of a start there on the outside from second down to fourth position on board that Praga machine. Gage Grant in fifth, all over his bumper now, down the front straightaway to complete lap number 1. Sanguinetti, potential move to the inside. There he goes. Inside, he's through. That seems to be the spot where Christian Sanguinetti always makes his move, but good crossover incoming from Porter. He's going to be on the outside, not the place you want to be for turn 3. Sanguinetti holds on. New leader. It's the 121 green machine of Christian Sanguinetti. Here comes Mateo Quinto now, all over the bumper of Jackson Porter. That wasn't a great exit there for Sanguinetti, who has to go defensive now into turn number 5. Good exit for Quinto, all over the bumper of Jackson Porter. Porter now, for one of the first times all weekend long, really all series long, he is not leading this mini max field, every single lap. So now it's Sanguinetti leading them potentially here to complete lap number 2 shortly down the back straightaway. Does Porter have anything to say about it? Potential move, not going to happen. Sanguinetti still your leader there, but not a great exit through the final chicane down the front straightaway now. They all have a run on Sanguinetti. Here comes Porter, potentially to the inside. Not going to happen, but whoa, Gage Grant, late lunge, almost a 2-for-1. He's going to make the move stick on Harrison Jeffrey, but Jeffrey with a crossover move, not going to happen. Gage Grant going to move into 4th position.
Yeah, this is all kind of kicking off. It looks like the top 5 have competitive pace with one another, and you can see Sanguinetti really driving in deep. I think he gives up a little bit more on exit than he gains on entrance, but it is keeping him out in front at the moment. And so Sanguinetti leads a 5-car train. Jackson Porter, for the first time all weekend, has to deal with not being the number 1 car on track. Now, we saw in the last heat, he was in second for a grand total of about 2 seconds, but at the end of the day, this is now the longest he's had to stay behind Sanguinetti. So the more that he's able to kind of adapt to what Sanguinetti's doing, the more he can kind of learn from it, the better he'll be as they come down the main straightaway. The top 2 starting to break away from the rest of the pack. Sanguinetti still leads. Porter still content to push him, and they're all pulling away from Gage Grant now, who's got up into 3rd ahead of Mateo Quinto. So the battle looks to kind of be split into 2 as of right now. Sanguinetti continues to kind of tow Jackson Porter around. And then the battle for 3rd is a 3-car battle between Grant, Quinto, and Harrison Jeffrey. So we'll see if that split keeps the same, or if when they start battling, it allows the 3rd through 5th battle to get back up closer. But right now, Sanguinetti is setting a blistering pace up at the front of the field. Yeah,
Sanguinetti is quick, but so is Jackson Porter last time by. I mean, their purple laps were separated by 1/1000th of a second. So it's a 2-car breakaway out front with Gage Grant ahead of Quinto there in 3rd position. So now Grant seems to be the one on a charge. He was 5th about a lap and a half ago, up to 3rd. Quinto falls back to 4th position there, but purple last time by. Sanguinetti 55 flat ahead of Porter, who did a 55-1. So Sanguinetti extending his lead slightly. But with the draft obviously in play here, there's Jackson Porter all over the rear bumper of Sanguinetti. Here's Mateo Quinto now under fire from the Praga of Harrison Jeffrey after a bad start, looking to make amends for that one there. Jeffrey all over the rear bumper of Mateo Quinto. It looks as though he is content to follow suit here behind the 134 machine as it stands, to maybe push his way back up to the front and catch up to Gage Grant in 3rd, and potentially have a chance if the leaders do eventually battle it out with about 3.5 remaining here in this one. Emery, Sanguinetti still your leader.
Yeah, Harrison Jeffrey's going to have to find a way to get by Mateo Quinto here if he wants any shot at Gage Grant and the top 2. But Gage Grant looks like he has the pace ahead of both of these 4th and 5th place guys. I think Quinto struggled the most of the top 5 with pace throughout the weekend. We saw in qualifying when they were by themselves, Quinto struggled to run under the 55-second bracket, whereas the rest of your top 5 all were well side of it. So I think that might be an inclination that Quinto's not where he wants to be with that cart, but still we'll see. He's been able to hang on to that track position now as Jeffrey continues to push him. And on the flip side, I would say with Harrison Jeffrey, it's really just about kind of being aggressive. He was able to get to 2nd at the end of last heat through some of the incidents with Sanguinetti and with Grant, but I think he needs that last little bit of aggression to sort of make those passes. I think from what I've seen, he has more pace in that cart than what Quinto is letting him show. I don't know if it's enough to keep up with your top 2, but he's going to have to try to make a move at some point. He seems content to push, and I don't think that's really doing anything other than allowing him to slip away from Gage Grant and Porter as well as Sanguinetti as they come across the line for one more lap. There you can see that last time through, Sanguinetti a 54.828, Porter a 54.90. They're a full 2/10 quicker than Gage Grant, half a second clear Quinto, and they continue to just put in fast lap after fast lap. Down now to the last 2.5 laps. We'll see what happens here. But right now, Sanguinetti is setting a really good pace up at the front of the field.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Sanguinetti, but impressive stuff from both drivers, because it is very difficult to be halfway through a second heat in one day and still improve on your lap times. There is a big mistake out of that corner for Sanguinetti. A huge run coming for the Hy-Vee machine of Jackson Porter. The inside looks as though he's going to be clear. He is the 122 of Jackson Porter, back to the point ahead of Christian Sanguinetti. Sanguinetti, he's going to be kicking himself after that mistake through the hairpin. Now I believe white flag is in the air. Jackson Porter at the bottom of the track there, forced to defend ahead of the 120 machine, goes way wide. Jackson Porter miscalculated the defense maneuver there, and Sanguinetti back to the point, but he has to go defensive now through turns 3 and 4, through the fast chicane. Look at the run Jackson Porter has. Sanguinetti to the bottom of the racetrack, high side for Porter. Look for the crossover. Sanguinetti way wide. Oh, he did the same mistake that Porter did, but much more consequence for Sanguinetti, who slams his steering wheel. He's very upset at himself for miscalculating the braking zone in the defense in turn 4. And Jackson Porter, this is the second time in one day that he has had a move where he didn't have to make the pass because drivers went off the racetrack for him.
Yeah, that was insane. One lap, Jackson Porter goes too deep, miscalculates his move, and then Christian Sanguinetti, I hate to say it, but he took that move and kind of won up the defense there and drove it straight into the dirt. So unfortunate for Sanguinetti, he's been so quick through the first 2 heats, but has absolutely nothing to show for it as he finishes in 5th. But how about it for Porter? 2 heat wins in 2 races. 2 races where he didn't really have the fastest kart in either one of them, but he pulls it out. Gage Grant, a 2nd place. Harrison Jeffrey up to 3rd, got by Quinto on that last lap. And then through the rest of the field, of course, Christian Sanguinetti, Wyatt Kroger, and Vesper Majewski round out your field. So Jackson Porter going to start on pole, not looking as invincible in Phoenix, but he finds a way to get it done. Main event action coming up next. Junior Max starts their final in a few minutes here on Kart Chaser. But first, let's get a word in from our partners.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world. I will win. There's no opportunity.
No one has ever won junior, senior and DD2 before, and that's what we're aiming for this week.
1 week where every second counts. Every corner, every pass. The competition does not get tougher than this, closer than this, more intense than this. "7 days full of pride, passion, your nation, your roots. Our family is united from all corners of the globe, now together as one. 1 week to change your future, your career, your life. The time is now. Be bold, be brave, be brilliant. Stand tall and celebrate. This is your week. And when all is said and done, and the silence returns, 12 months of hard work is about this week. 1 week. The 2022 Rotax Grand Finals.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Studies
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, Throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
We're at a commercial break.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike.
Welcome back to Tucson, Arizona for Race Rotax's U.S. Trophy West, presented by XScale Motorsports. My name's Alexander Searle, alongside me, Emery Lida. Emery, this is our first of 4 feature races this afternoon, starting with the Junior Max class. Let's run you through your starting lineup. It's going to be Gage Corn on pole position. The 233 MPG Motorsports driver has been a rocket all weekend. Him and Nix Eggleston have been going at it, but Nix Eggleston, one of the drivers with an issue in the second heat race, rolls off 6th. On Gage Corn's outside of row 1, it's Antoine Lemieux, then Xander Malatesta in 3rd, Olivier Barak, Cole Medeiros, rounding out your top 5, followed by Nix Eggleston, Mason Kuhn, Killian Harris, Kaylee Countryman, and Mason Duchesne. That'll round out your top 10 order for the Junior Max class. Emery, what do you think we can expect from this 18-lap feature race?
Well, let's look at it from the front, the middle, and the rear. Let's start at the front. Gage Corn, outstanding through the first 2 heat races. He's been at the front of the field and won one of the heat races, finished 3rd in the other. Antoine Lemieux found some good pace in that second heat as well. Then you go down through the middle of the field. You got Nix Eggleston, who had a good run in the first heat, taken out in the second heat, started on pole in both heats. He'll have to make up some work from 6th. And how about at the back of the field? An issue for Kyle Drysdale after the second heat, won the race on track, did not get to keep it. He starts shotgun on the field. A lot of work for him to do, but we know he has the pace as we get set down the tram lines. 18 laps of distance. Junior Max is green here in Tucson and already to the outside. Antoine Lemieux gets himself into the race lead. How about it for Lemieux? Around the outside, he goes to P1. Eccleston's already up into 3rd. Olivier Mark into 2nd. So already a good start from your outside line. The top 3 shuffling in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. How about Mark up to the P1 position? And how about it for Nick Eccleston from 6th to 2nd? He's going to go from 1st now. What a first lap for Nick Eccleston. He started 6th. It's taken him 5 corners to get to 1st, but he loses it right back on exit to Merck. Already, this has been a chaotic opening lap here as Eccleston right on the rear bumper of Merck. He is trying to do what he can with Lemieux right there in tow, and Gage Core not far behind as well as they shuttle down the back straightaway into the last couple corners. And it's Olivier Merck for the first time all day that looks set to lead this opening lap, but he has got a pack of hungry junior drivers right behind him trying to pounce and get themselves up to the front of the field, Alex.
How on earth did Nick Eggleston climb his way to P2 already? What a drive for the 224 machine there. Eggleston, great run out of turn 3. Potential move incoming. Has to go defensive. Does Marak to the inside of turn 4. But Eggleston, a little bit of argy-bargy there at the exit of turn 5. He's through to P1. There goes Gage Corn to 3rd. That's going to move Lemieux up to 2nd place as well. Malatesta is down a couple of spots there into 5th. But what an opening lap and a half for Nick Eggleston. He had the 2nd place in the first heat, a DNF in the second one. It put him 6th for the start of this feature race. He's already up to P1. It took him a lap and a half to get there. Gage Corn already on the rear bumper now of Antoine Lemieux. He knows that his main rival in this weekend is Nick Eggleston. Those are the 2 drivers that have been going at it all weekend long. He is eager to get around Antoine Lemieux, but Antoine Lemieux in that second heat race was incredibly impressive. We saw the pace that he had in the latter stage of that one. So this is still all up for grabs there for the 234 machine as well. Here comes Olivier Marak. Good run down the back straightaway to potentially make a move on Corn, but not going to happen. How about Malatesta now? The all-green machine all over the bumper of Marak. Marak makes a bit of a mistake there on the exit as well. It's a 5-car breakaway out front, then a bit of a gap before you see Cole Medeiros and Kyle Drysdale from the back of the grid already up to P7 and purple at a 52.1.
Yeah, Kyle Drysdale absolutely flying along, but how about it for Nick Eccleston? He wasted no time, and now it's going to be critical for him to get away from Antoine Lemieux as well as Gage Corn down the front straightaway they go. Corn now in the 3rd. He's only about a car length back. Lemieux had a slight peek to the inside there, nothing doing on Eccleston as they now pile back into turns 3 and 4. You can see there, Eccleston just such a good launch out of there, and it kind of protects him into this hairpin because they don't get a good enough run. And so even though they're matching on pace, it's, Lemieux drops a wheel. That's going to put him under fire from Gage Corn. He goes defensive, and now Nick Eccleston has a lot more time to work with now. So I was going to say Eccleston really didn't have the pace advantage, but he had kind of the situational advantage. Now he has a pretty big track position advantage as Gage Corn is all over Antoine Lemieux. But more importantly, Olivier Mark is all over Gage Corn, and he's going to send it to the inside into that last chicane, get the job done. And now Mark sets his sights back on Lemieux down the front straightaway as they click off another lap. And Nick Eccleston has his biggest gap of the day so far.
Yeah, Eggleston still leads over Lemieux. Then it's Marak, then Corn, then Malatesta. Cole Medeiros is in the mix as well. And how about Kyle Drysdale? Back-to-back laps that he has gone purple from the back of the grid to 7th. Wow, that was late there for Olivier Marak. What a perfectly executed late lunge on Antoine Lemieux. Caught him off guard. He's up to P2. Lemieux back to 3rd. Now Gage Corn holding station in 4th. But frustration is going to start to inevitably build for the MPG Motorsports driver who's watching Nick Eggleston right off into the sunset as it stands 4 laps into this one here. Corn up on the wheel. Here comes a late move inside on Lemieux. He's through. Gage Corn out of P3. Malatesta tried to follow through, couldn't make it stick. Watch for Medeiros and Drysdale to make a run on Malatesta here down the front straightaway. Look at Gage Corn already pulling away from Lemieux, and his sights are now set on the 299 of Olivier Marak. How about Kyle Drysdale up into P6? He made that move on Cole Medeiros, and now on the rear bumper of Malatesta. You cannot count out Kyle Drysdale, who's trying to do the last to first challenge in this one.
Yeah, Drysdale's had a ton of pace. He's caught this group, but he's got a lot of work to do because not only does he have to clear all of them, but he's also got to somehow catch up to Nick Eggleston all the way at the front of the field. So this group, while they all have decent pace, they are not able to put it all together to be up there with Eggleston. You can see now, I mean, at this point, Korn's got to be feeling kind of desperate. He knows he has the pace to match Eggleston in clean air, at least he has throughout the heat races. But if he can't get by Mrak, he's going to be kind of stuck there in that second group, no matter what he does. And so this is going to be critical for him. It's critical for Lemieux. Lemieux sees that. He goes to the inside. He gets back by Korn, and all of this fighting continues just to allow Nick Eggleston at the front of the field to stretch out and gives Olivier Mrak a little bit of extra time to kind of give himself a buffer back to that rest of that group from second on back. And you can see now Korn just trying to do what he can. He knows his chance of a race win is dwindling every single lap, but he's stuck behind the second and third place karts of Mrak as well as Lemieux. And on Lemieux's side, he feels pretty confident in this kart, but he's got a lot of work to do if anyone wants to catch up to the back bumper of Nick Eggleston.
Yeah, it's a 4-car breakaway out front, but how about it for Kyle Drysdale? He's got around Xander Malatesta, who goes wide there. It's going to give Cole Medeiros a chance there at a top 5 spot. But Kyle Drysdale, he's gone purple the last couple of laps. The only man to be in the 51.7s consistently this time around 51.9 because he had to make a move on Malatesta. But Kyle Drysdale still in the mix. There he is, the number 220 machine up into the top 5. Gage Korn there behind Lemieux, not making any headway on Lemieux. He's been back and forth with Antoine throughout this race, but I mean, we mentioned it, right? He's been quick through the heat races. The pace not seemingly there for him in this feature race as what we would have expected. I mean, he's still quick, still matching the lap times of your leader. But Antoine Lemieux last time by went purple 51.7, just as Olivier Mrak did as well at 51.7. So the likes of the second and third place drivers are actually quicker than Eggleston as it stands, as Gage Korn with a great run down the back straightaway. Let's see if he decides to work with Lemieux this time around. Maybe, work their way to second place driver. No, Gage Korn back to the inside, backs out of it. Antoine Lemieux slams the door shut on his face. Gage Korn is going to have to, wait to see if he can make the move for third place. If I'm Gage Korn, though, we're almost halfway through this race. I'm working with Lemieux here because this battling hasn't worked so far for them. So if I'm Korn, I want to push Lemieux up to Olivier Mrak and then possibly have a chance at Eggleston later in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the pace that they've shown the last couple of laps, it makes sense to try to work together. I think if anything, this is just a patience game. With Gage Korn, hasn't had the start he's wanted, hasn't had the opening few laps, but he knows there is still a lot of time left in this race to work with. And so even if he doesn't lead the pack there, as long as they get there, that's all that matters. And you can see the way the gap is forming, it's not like Mrak is losing any time. If anything, he continues to gain about 1/10 to 2/10 a lap. And if they keep doing this, it will be enough to catch Eggleston. He has only 7/10 now. And once it gets under 3 or 4, he's essentially there. So this is going to be interesting to watch. But Lemieux just decides, you know what? I want to lead this pack. I want to be the one to bring the challenge forward, and he goes into that second spot. And now Antoine Lemieux is going to have a little bit more of a gap to work with, but also a little bit more pace in his hands, as he went purple last time, did not waste any time when he got to the rear bumper of Mrak and goes straight back by for that second spot.
What a late lunge from Antoine Lemieux to move up into P2 in this one. Now he has his sights set on Nick Eggleston. Last time by Olivier Mrak, on Lemieux. So Lemieux on Mrak. This is now Lemieux's chance to go and have his sights set on Nick Eggleston. Last time by was actually 1/10 quicker than Eggleston, but this time around was 1/10 slower, obviously with that late lunge from Olivier Mrak here. Let's see if Mrak is going to repay the favor. Not going to happen here. We have a 5-car train here for the battle for second. All this, though, is letting Eggleston walk away. The gap seems to be even larger than it was last time around at just over a second. So with 9 or 8.5 laps remaining in this one here, Emery, Nick Eggleston still looks good, but Lemieux right now pulling away slightly from Mrak still has a chance in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Lemieux, this is kind of what we saw from Lemieux over in Phoenix. I mean, this weekend has not been quite as good, but he continues to show that when he's leading, he has the pace to run down Nick Eccleston. There you can see just how much he's able to kind of get out of that hairpin. It's not quite enough. I don't think he lost a couple tenths that last time through with the dive bomb, but this time through about a tenth and a half quicker. So, I mean, we're working with what should be a six cart pack if Lemieux can lead them up to Nick Eccleston, but he's going to have to be efficient with this. We know Eccleston's quick. We also know that there's only 7 laps remaining in this one. So it's just going to come down to how consistent can they be? How consistent can Lemieux be in the charge? And they cannot afford any more battling. If you're Olivier Mraz, you are not making a move, in my opinion, until they get all the way up to this. Oh, we got one cart around in the back there. I think that's Cole Medeiros there that just lost it coming into the chicane. Looked like he was maybe trying to make a move, made contact with Kyle Drysdale, and off the track goes the 6th of that 6-cart train. Unfortunate end to what had been such a good day for Cole Medeiros, who had gone purple the previous lap, now in the weeds and out of this one, Alex.
All right, a few things to mention here. For one, Cole Medeiros, he was the purple man 2 laps ago. Unfortunately, he's now down in 11th after that spin. But for the likes of Lemieux and Olivier Marac, they were 2 tenths a lap faster than Eggleston that last time by. The gap is closing. Kyle Drysdale just got around Gage Corn as well, so his bid at a last to first challenge is still in the cards here with 6 laps to go. Anything can happen here, Emery, with 6 laps remaining. Eggleston crossed the line. What's the gap between their top 2? It was 7 tenths last time around. It is 8 tenths. So slightly better that time around for Nick Eggleston. But now, with Olivier Marac on the bumper of Antoine Lemieux, hopefully if they can work together, they can close that gap to Nick Eggleston further behind Kyle Drysdale. His pace that he had in the opening couple of laps has diminished slightly. Got around Corn, like I mentioned, but lap time-wise was about 2 tenths off of what we see for the guys ahead of him. But nonetheless, 5.5 laps remaining. Antoine Lemieux has pulled away from Olivier Marac. So I wonder if this is going to help him or hurt him. Not his fault that he's quicker than the car behind him, but it looks as though that gap is shorter than 8 tenths here, Emery, with Drysdale, pulling away slightly from Gage Corn.
Yeah, Drysdale continues his charge to the front, but at the front of the field, at the full sharp end in P2, Lemieux continues to find just that little bit of extra pace. The last time around, the gap was 8 tenths of a second. This time around, what's the gap going to be? Only 0.54. He is tantalizingly close. It just seems like every time he gets that little bit closer, Eggleston has been able to find that last little bit. We'll see if that continues on. But for Antoine Lemieux, this is big for him. He has been so good in the first 3 rounds in Phoenix. Today started off kind of on the back foot, but he's found that little bit of extra pace, has found the ability to get that last couple tenths, and he's right on the charge against Nick Eggleston. They've all dropped third on back. You can see Marac is not quite able to keep up with Lemieux, although this lap looks a lot better. And then Drysdale and Corn both just not able to get up to that podium battle. So there's about 4 laps to go, coming to 3 to go this time by, but Lemieux's going to have to find a way to get just a little bit closer. He's brought Mraz back with him on this time, so that will help him a little bit, but still, with 3 laps to go, it's going to need to be something special here from Antoine Lemieux to be able to get himself into the race lead.
Yeah, last time around was 5 tenths. Now it's 4.5 tenths here for Antoine Lemieux here. So Antoine Lemieux is bringing Olivier Marac in play with just under 2.5 laps remaining here. Looks as though Eggleston this time around has extended his advantage slightly over Lemieux, but this is a section of the racetrack where I've seen Antoine Lemieux put his head down and really, stretch the legs on that go-kart down the back straightaway here. 3 corners left on this lap. What will the gap be? It looks to be slightly larger than 4.5 tenths here across the stripe to get 2 laps remaining here. It's Eggleston 4 tenths ahead. This time around 3 tenths ahead. Another tenth taken out of it for Antoine Lemieux. He is right there. I mean, he's within now drafting distance for sure on Nick Eggleston, and with the help potentially of Olivier Marac, we could be in for a last lap scrap here as a slight mistake on the brakes there for Eggleston. Antoine Lemieux now is within 2.5 cart lengths, Emery.
Yeah, we might be seeing a last lap move. Cue out the Jaws music because Antoine Lemieux is on the hunt here. He's a lap and a half away from catching the checkered flag, Will it be in P1 or anywhere beyond it? We will see. But Lemieux down the back straightaway, trying to catch up to Eggleston again. He's in the draft at this point. He's brought Mraz with them. They've discarded 4th and 5th. So at this point, it is a 3-kart battle as we go down to the white flag. Eggleston probably won't have to defend here. This will help him out here as he gets a good run through turns number 1, up towards turns 2 and 3. Now you can see Eggleston still not having to take the defensive line. He's got just enough of a gap in between him and Lemieux to be safe here. Will Lemieux go defensive? He will. Not going to be able to do anything about it, and that little bit of defensive driving here has opened up the gap again for Eggleston, although this is where Lemieux's been so good through this section of the racetrack. The quick S is coming up here, and this is going to give Nick Eggleston one last chance where he might have to defend, but otherwise, with about a 2-kart length lead, it looks like Eggleston's going to have this one in the bag here as they come down the back straightaway, Alex.
Yeah, 1.5 laps remaining here. Eggleston rounding the final corner now to receive the checkered flag. Eggleston does win it ahead of Antoine Lemieux and Olivier Marac. So Nick Eggleston, what a run. Antoine Lemieux was able to claw that gap down to 3.5 tenths at the end of it all. But Nick Eggleston, impressive stuff to come away with that one. He had the 2nd place in the first heat, a DNF in the 2nd heat, had to start mid-pack in this one, and he's going to climb his way up to a P1 finish. Antoine Lemieux in 2nd. Olivier Marac, what a run for him in 3rd. Gage Korn got around Kyle Drysdale in the closing laps there and went purple at a 51.4. So what a run for the MPG Motorsports driver, but just not enough to go out there and claim a podium position here in Tucson, Arizona. Drysdale 5th, Malatesta 6th, Countryman 7th, Jack Speth, Mason Duchesne, and Killian Harris rounding out your top 10 in the Junior Max class.
Yeah, good effort for Kyle Drysdale to go from the back of the grid to 5th. Gage Korn a little bit too little too late when it comes to that speed. So this has been the end of the race here as Eggleston walks away with the victory here in Junior Max. 18 laps the distance. And you can see Antoine Lemieux in 2nd place. Olivier Mraz, a great effort from the day in 3rd. And we continue on. The first final of the day, done and dusted. Nick Eggleston walks away with the victory here in Junior Max.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff there for Eggleston to get the victory there in Junior Max. I mean, he's been impressive all, championship long. He was impressive in Phoenix. Really, really impressive as well here in Tucson. So really, really good stuff for the 224 machine. When we come back, we're going to get ready and set to go for some Micromax racing. Don't go anywhere.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
We're at a commercial break.
you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Can you hear it? 1 week where the silence is broken. "394 drivers, 60 nations, united in their goal to be the best, the very best."
This is the most equal race in the whole world.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tucson, Arizona here. We're getting set and ready to go for some Micromax racing here for rounds 3 of the U.S. Trophy West presented by XScale Motorsports. My name is Alexander Searle. Alongside me is Emery Lida. Emery, we've seen Lucas Tarango be utterly dominant, I'd say, throughout this weekend so far. What's it going to take for the drivers behind him to make anything happen here in the future race?
Possibly a mini header, a little bit of extra luck, some kind of supercharge in the engine, but no, I think a little bit of extra coaching and some development from session to session could get them a lot closer. But look, Tarango's been in a different zip code all weekend long. I think on pure pace, it's at this point a little unrealistic to expect anything too different from this race. But hey, that's why you do the races. You don't do them on paper. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see what the likes of Connor Lipka, Paxton Romero, and Tyson Underwood can do. Those are your top 4 starting positions. Keaton Weigers, Sebastian Johnson, Yutaka Sonoda, Braxton Mayers have all had good battles throughout the race, as well as Mark Ayers. I mean, all of these guys from third on back could get themselves on the podium. We just need to see that last little bit of energy here coming from second and third on back with Lipka, Romero, Underwood, and the rest of the pack trying to find a way to get into the Tarango Invitational at the front of the field.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas Tarango has been incredible, to say the least, so far today. But Connor Lipka on the outside has been probably his main contender throughout the weekend, besides Paxton Romero. But Romero starts this one in fourth. To his inside is Tyson Underwood. Then in fifth is Keaton Wiegers, who has been, he had to start in the back of both heat races, would usually claw his way to a top 5 or 6 finish. So now he starts fifth, does the number 51 machine. So he looks to be in a decent spot at a potential podium. Sebastian Johnson's been fast. Sonoda is in seventh. And then Braxton Mayers rounds out your field there on board that Burrell machine there. But it's the number 7 of Lucas Tarango, who's leading them to the green flag here. Green is out. Good start for the inside lane. Good start for the outside row as well. It's anybody's game as it stands into turn number 1, but it's Tarango who leads ahead of Tyson Underwood. And then, wow, a couple carts around there. Sonoda and Wiegers there actually get through. So that's Wiegers up into third, Sonoda to fourth. So chaos in the midfield there. It's still Tarango leading ahead of Underwood, but I believe that was Connor Lipka who went way wide. Yes, he's to the back of the grid, and then Braxton Mayers as well went around.
Yeah, Braxton Mayers we saw spinning there. Unfortunate for him, but how about Tyson Underwood, the highest we have seen him all weekend long? He's up in the second spot, and he's got a big gaggle of go-karts behind him from second on back. Underwood, and then Wiegers, Sonoda, Lipka, and the rest of this field all filing up. Big contact there. Sebastian Johnson with a half spin, and he got absolutely plowed there by, I believe that might have been Connor Lipka that got into him there. So Johnson with a half spin gets it back going, but that cart is probably toasted at this point as he falls all the way back to the back of the grid. And what was once a 5-cart pack is now down to 3 as Underwood continues to lead Wiegers as well as Sonoda, Alex.
Yeah, what a great run for Keaton Wiegers, though. On board the 51 there, all over the rear bumper of Tyson Underwood. Got into him a little bit there, so it compromised his exit. But this is a great chance for Keaton and Sonoda to potentially get a podium here in the Micromax class, with Underwood now under fire from the 51 machine and the 3 machine. This is going to give Lucas Tarango a dream opening lap and a half, already over a second advantage for the number 7 machine. I mean, he's off into the sunset. He's already in Glendale as it stands right now. So it's a battle for second between Underwood, Wiegers, and Sonoda for the remaining 12 laps here in this feature race. Up on the wheel goes Keaton Wiegers. He's all over the rib bumper now of Underwood, potentially to the inside. Not going to happen. Underwood goes slightly defensive. Going to go a little bit wide there on the exit of turn 1. Keaton's got a really good shot here in a turn 3 to make a move. Not going to happen. I think we're going to see some smart driving here between these 3 drivers on your screen, because as it stands right now, they know the pace that Tarango has, which is incredible as well. Sideways there for Keaton Wiegers. Last time around, Tarango went purple by over a second. So these drivers of Underwood, Wiegers, and Sonoda know that as it stands, with their pace they're showing, they probably will not be able to catch up to the likes of Tarango. And so they're better off working together and making this a 3-car battle for second towards the end, the latter stage of this race, because there is drivers behind them like Romero and Connor Lipka who have been quicker than them throughout today so far, and they are catching. Last time around, however, they're, Underwood, Wiegers, and Sonoda were actually quicker than Romero and Lipka. So it's all still to play for here for the podium positions, but this is great to see for Keaton and Sonoda to have a chance here at a podium.
Yeah, this is really good to see. Kind of the midfield getting flipped on its head in this race. So you've seen Underwood and then more specifically Wiegers and Sonoda kind of fighting more for that 5th, 6th, 7th spot. Now they're fighting for P2. How about it for Keaton Wiegers? Did not get to start up front. Now he's going to be into second for a moment. They go 3 wide. Wiegers overcooks the exit. And now Yutaka Sonoda up to the 2nd spot. So Sonoda with the highest spot he's been in all season. And now he leads this pack of 4. And I say 4 because Paxton Romero in the number 55 machine is right back on the scene as they continue to go side by side for second, with Underwood trying to claim that spot back.
And this is exactly what I was mentioning. If I was these drivers, I'd be working together, because, whoa, Sonoda goes very, very wide there in the penultimate corner there. But now this has brought Romero into play, and it's inevitably going to bring the likes of Connor Lipka into play as well here. So it's a 4-car battle for second, as a little bit of contact there between Romero and Wiegers. Romero through up into 4th position now. So Paxton Romero is now through. Lipka's about a second behind this group, but with any more battling going on, this will bring Lipka right back into play. Romero all over the bumper of Tyson Underwood now. Sonoda still holds on to P2 as it stands. The number 3 machine is going to have his hands full for the remaining 10 laps in this one. So it's all still to play for. Out front, 5-second advantage for the number 7 of Lucas Tarango, who's consistently setting purple laps every single lap he crosses the stripe.
Yeah, Tarango at a 56.8 as we see more battling going on there. You can see to the inside. How about it? Paxton Romero back up to 3rd. He lost upwards of 2 seconds on the opening lap. Now he has clawed his way back onto the podium places and is not far away from Sonoda. Here he goes into turn 1. Paxton Romero up to 2nd, and he gets himself back there. Now we'll see if Romero can create an island of his own, much like Lucas Tarango has been able to do so far in this race. I mean, Tarango, as we see more battling for 3rd on back. I want to get this in real quick as soon as we can see a little bit of a calm down in the action, which might not come. But Tarango is doing mid to high 56s consistently, and only a couple other drivers are even in the 57s, so they're doing 57.7, 57.7 in the case of Paxton Romero. So this has been a clinic from Lucas Tarango. But in the meantime, the battling from 3rd on back at this point continues to be tremendous. There's a look at Tarango, who has been in his own zip code, in his own different island at this point. I mean, Tarango might as well be racing in Anaheim at this point with the amount of pace he has. And, I mean, this has been incredible to watch. We're seeing sheer domination. I mean, through 6 laps, not even halfway. How about 6.7 seconds? He is on pace to win this race by over 12 seconds. That is how dominant. That's a quarter of this 0.8 of a mile track, upwards of 1,000 feet in difference by the end of the race if he keeps this pace up. So we're seeing an incredible race from Lucas Tarango, but for Paxton Underwood to get him, or for Paxton Romero and Tyson Underwood to get themselves in the podium positions from where they started is impressive. Romero still not able to really pull away from this group, but he has about 3 car lengths of buffer. You see the battle all the way back to 5th, and Lipka down in 6th is getting closer and closer to this group. That last time through, about a 10th quicker than the rear of that group. We'll see what it is this time around as they continue onwards on to complete another lap halfway in the books. Again, another 56.8 for Tarango, 0.8 of a second clear of this group. And for Keaton Weigers in the 5th spot, he was pretty quick. He looks to be the one trying to get him moved on Sonoda for that 4th spot. Not able to get anything done as they come up towards the hairpin, Alex.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Connor Lipka hasn't made the headway that we saw with Romero. I wonder if he's either battling an issue or just missed the setup a little bit, because we saw the pace that he had in heats 1 and 2. Very similar to what we see with Paxton Romero, who was able to actually climb his way back from 5th up into 2nd. So I expected Lipka to be a little bit quicker than he has been this race. He was actually 0.3 off of what we saw from these 4 drivers last time around. So as it stands in the moment, Lipka does not have the pace to catch up to this, gaggle of go-karts. But how about Tyson Underwood? He got passed by Romero 2 laps ago, but Underwood now is putting Romero under fire here down the front straightaway into turn 1. Gonna have to go defensive. Does Romero. Underwood looking for the crossover move here on the exit of turn 1. Not gonna happen. But again, this is great stuff here for that 2nd spot on the podium. Really 2nd and 3rd spots on the podium, as these 2 drivers have now left Keaton Wiegers slightly in the distance, but he's still got a chance if they start battling. If and when they start battling, it's still Romero leading, looking over his shoulder now. Underwood, I wonder if patience is going to start to fade here as we are closing in on about 5.5 laps remaining, which is still a lot of time here. But at the end of the day, we've seen fortune favor the bold in a lot of cases today, and so we'll see if maybe Underwood wants to put his fate in his own hands, or see if Romero makes a mistake. So far, Romero has been perfect throughout this race, hasn't put a foot wrong as it stands, still sitting in 2nd place. But Underwood, through that last section of the racetrack, is always so quick through that fast chicane. It gives him a great chance through turn 1 every single lap. Whoa, late lunge. Keaton Weigers inside. He's going to go on Yutaka Sonoda. So now he's through back in the 5th spot. Slight mistake for Romero. Going to have to go, slightly defensive into turn 3 now. Turns 3 and 4, chicane incoming. Underwood's got a great run here into the turn 5 hairpin. Not going to happen. Late braking there for both of them, but I believe Romero holds on. Yes, Romero's still going to hold on there, but looking over his shoulder after almost every corner is the 55 machine trying to stay ahead of that comp cart.
This has turned into a great battle we're seeing for this second spot. How about it for Paxton Romero? He's found his way up to second, but he has not had the pace that he's had earlier on in the heats earlier in the day. So for him, this is maybe a different sort of circumstances for him. He cannot rely on sheer pace to run away. He's going to have to defend. He's going to have to get his elbows out a little bit to keep that second spot. Tyson Underwood has been in this situation multiple times now, trying to peek to the inside. There's not a gap there, and Underwood has to stay in third heading into turn number 1. For Weigers, he fought to get himself into a good starting spot, got up to third. Now he's going to have to try to get himself back onto the podium places in these last couple laps. And for Yutaka Tsunoda, a good run for him. He got up to second, now kind of fading back a little bit, but he gets back to fourth there, gets by Weigers, and that's going to split up the group a little bit as it allows Romero and Underwood to get a little bit more separation into second and third. Tsunoda, Weigers, both have shown the pace to be up there with those two, but it's going to take a lot now for them to close that gap down as Romero continues to try to pull away, and you can see now that gap about 5 to 6 kart lengths is the difference between the second and third place driver in Romero and Underwood and the fourth and fifth place drivers of Tsunoda and Weigers as they again almost go side by side. Weigers trying to look for a way by Tsunoda. We'll see if he pushes him down the straight. They need to kind of work together, I would imagine, to get back up to those top 3. But, I mean, we'll see if it happens because knowing how this category has gone, I would not put it past Weigers to try to make a move here and try to get back by Tsunoda. Tsunoda continues around the turn 3 corner and continues down towards the back hairpin as he has had a lot of pace in this race. Weigers as well. They're trying what they can to get that last coveted spot on the podium here, Alex.
Yeah, if these two can work together, there's still a chance that they can catch up to Underwood and Romero. I mean, you know, I wouldn't put it out of the equation that Romero and Underwood start battling. There's 2.5 laps still remaining, and the gap isn't that far for the likes of Tsunoda and Weigers this time around. Down the back straightaway, Romero slightly defensive. Down the back straight, gonna have to now. It's gonna compromise his exit slightly. Look at the run that Underwood's got on the front straightaway with 2 laps remaining here. Does Underwood make a move, or does he remain patient like he has all race long? He remains patient behind the 55 machine of Paxton Romero out of turn 1 through turns 2 and 3 now. Underwood's got a shot at a move here, but not going to make it happen. Look at Yutaka Tsunoda. Last time around was 3/10 faster than the 2 we see on your screen at the moment. So the number 3 machine has a chance in this one with 2 laps remaining. What a run for the number 3 of Yutaka Tsunoda if he can make it work to round out your podium here. But so far, it's still Romero and Underwood. And then, of course, Tarango out front, setting still purple lap times 8/10 faster than anyone else on the field last time around.
Yeah, this has been an incredible drive for Lucas Tarango, but the battle for that second spot continuing to rage on. You can see Tsunoda has driven back towards those second and third place drivers of Underwood and Romero as they get the white flag now. Last lap, we're talking almost a 13-second gap from first to second, but from second to fifth is less than half a second. This is going to light up here for the final 2 spots on the podium. How about Tyson Underwood to the inside? Into turn 2, makes the pass. Tyson Underwood back into second. Now we'll see what Romero can do. He's going to waste no time trying to the inside. Underwood cuts him off. They're going to go side by side there. A little bit of argy-bargy for fourth and fifth, and it looks like Underwood's got the spot for now. Romero trying to find any possible way around Tyson Underwood here. He keeps kind of searching. Underwood keeps finding ways to defend him, but at the front of the field, so far out, in a different zip code. Either way, Lucas Tarango with a victory, and we wait to see the battle for who will join him on that podium later today. Here we see Tyson Underwood side by side coming out of the chicane. He's going to hang on against Paxton Romero by the looks of it. We'll see the official timing as they cross the line. And yes, Underwood by 4/100ths of a second ahead of Paxton Romero. Yutaka Tsunoda and Keaton Weigers in 4th and 5th, and Connor Lipka finishes out 6th. Sebastian Johnson in 7th, and then Braxton Mayers as well as Mark Ayers round out your field here in Micromax, Alex.
Yeah, what a race from start to finish. I mean, second through fifth was separated by less than 3.5 tenths. That's good racing. And for Lucas Tarango, the number 7 machine, I mean, he hasn't put a foot wrong from the moment they landed in Tucson, right? I mean, it's been incredible to see that number 7 machine go to work. He's been quick in warm up, rocket in qualifying, super fast in the heats, and obviously in the feature race was arguably his most impressive performance yet. 14 seconds ahead of second place, consistently 8 to 9 tenths a lap faster. The only guy to get in the 56s in that race, and a 56.6 at that. So ultra impressive stuff there for Lucas Tarango.
Yeah, Tarango with an outstanding win. Really, this whole weekend has looked to have 2 to 3 steps on the competition. And again, did not put a foot wrong in that race. Nothing you can really critique him on other than maybe just a little bit better on the start. But all things considered, Lucas Tarango with a perfect race. He walks away with the victory, and the rest of the field, again, a good effort for Tyson Underwood. Paxton Romero, all things considered, has to be decently happy to end up on the podium after what was an awful start to his race. And then the rest of the field, again, Weigers and Sonoda had good efforts as well. Altogether, a pretty fun Micromax race to watch there, and ultimately, I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow on the reverse layout.
Yeah, for sure. Micromax, always a great show. Lucas Tarango, utterly dominant today. But next up here, Emery, is our feature race for the senior and master max drivers. Utter chaos throughout the day in both heats, but especially that second heat when we saw Bradley Bitts and Cooper Auclair collide in turns 8 and 9. It'll be interesting to see where they line up entering this feature race. But, where is your head at heading into this 18-lap final, knowing that the field spread in terms of where drivers are placed is going to be pretty chaotic here to open this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has been 2 very chaotic heats in different ways. The first heat was a back-and-forth battle between Macy Williams and Cooper Auclair. The second heat was your typical Harley Keeble style train race for about half of it, and then Macy Williams was able to get out and get away to win that one. So I think we're going to see some fun battling here again. If rounds 1 and 2 in Phoenix were the precursor to this, round 3 has looked to be even tighter at the front of the field. And I think Cooper Auclair having to come through the field a good bit should add some intrigue to it. But for me, the storyline is, can Macy Williams keep up this incredibly consistent streak that she's had so far this weekend? She was quickest in warm-up. She was quickest in qualifying. One bit of a slip-up in the first heat, fought her way back through the field in the second heat, and now she has a perfect opportunity to land a knockout blow in round number 3 and get herself a national win here in Tucson. So I think Macy Williams, kind of the storyline, but ultimately this should be a very exciting 18-lap race here, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. But there's a lot more storylines looking down the order, right? With Williams, she's been incredibly quick. Auclair's been quick, although obviously the DNF in the second heat is going to hinder his starting position for the final. Gio Santora has been very, very fast as well. Boss Patel has been quick. Griffin Dowler, he was fast in Phoenix, fast again this weekend. Bailey Murphy on the Kart Republic. He led a majority of the second heat race, actually, until he fell back to 5th in the latter portions of that one. But how about it for Frederick Lemieux? I mean, she swept the weekend in Phoenix. Similar pace this weekend, but in terms of the dominance, it hasn't been there like maybe we would have expected. Still, a top 7 in both heat races is still very, very good. And she's still one to look at heading into this 18-lap main event, as well as you see the likes of Ian Quinn and then Olivier Bedard as well. He was quick in Phoenix, right? I mean, there's a lot of drivers here that you look at and say, okay, they were fast in Phoenix, fast here. There's some where you look at and say they're quick in Phoenix, not as quick here. And I think that's going to be interesting to see as the championship, rages on for rounds, 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 later this year, to see really who can get that ticket to the grand final. So it'll be interesting to see, but again, it always makes these type of championships very, very interesting.
Yeah, and especially when you consider someone like Lemieux has had a very difficult day, I would say, and she still has a good chance at good points. I think it'd be nice to be able to get a solid top 5 or 6 out of this, and survive in advance. In an 8-round championship where you get 2 drops, you're not going to win the title by winning every single race. I mean, maybe in Lucas Tarango's case that's realistic, but in a field that has been as tight as the Senior Max category, naturally, it's all about limiting what your bad days are. And so I think this is the perfect opportunity here for someone like Lemieux, who has done well in the heats, maybe doesn't have quite the pace that she needs, just to get herself into the top 5 and avoid a bad day that you're going to have to drop. And I think keeping the drops for as long as you can is the way to go. So for someone like Cooper Auclair, it's kind of danger zone for him because he's got to get back up through the field in a hurry if he wants to avoid this being a drop, especially knowing that you have the pace, because I mean, you never know. In a field this tight, you might not have the pace the next time around. So for the championship, there's a lot at stake here. Again, Cooper Auclair, very seasoned guy. Again, having run last year at the Rotax Grand Finals, he has a lot of experience, a lot of pedigree to him. And, I mean, we've seen him so far this season look really good, but he's in for a challenge if he wants to kind of continue his championship campaign and do his best to make himself present at the front of the grid and find his way up through the field. So Leclerc's got a lot to work for. Lemieux is in a pretty good spot to just get a decent result. And at the front of the field, Macy Williams could catapult herself back into the championship fight with a win or a podium here today, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now, what do you how do you expect this one to shape out, right? Because you mentioned it. The first heat race was a bit tamer, right? It was a good battle between Macy Williams, Auclair, and Griffin Dowler, but it was a tame race all throughout. The second one was the complete opposite. They untamed the lion, and all of a sudden it kicked off from the moment the green flag was waved. So this is an 18-lap feature race, and these drivers know that points do matter, right? You get points for the first heat, you get points for the second heat, you get points for the feature race. So for the likes of Auclair, who has great points in heat 1, no points for heat 2, right? So he knows today is either a drop day for him, or it's all or nothing for a guy like Cooper Auclair, who's either playing for a win or probably playing for a drop. So for him, he's one of those drivers you're going to see probably making some very aggressive moves. For Frederick Lemieux, maybe not so much, right? She has 2 great races in Phoenix. She can afford maybe not so good of a result today, but it's still been good for her. Now for the likes of Macy Williams, she's going to want to capitalize on this kind of day so far with how quick she has been, knowing that she's almost maximized what she could have gotten out of a points day. So if you're one of these drivers, what do you expect heading into this one, and how would you attack this one?
I mean, you have to expect chaos. Like, we've seen in both of the heat races to some degree, mixing it up and a lot of, I'd say, pretty aggressive driving. I think if you're looking at it from a point standpoint, you kind of have to be defensive by going on the offensive and trying to make passes that sort of set you up for a little bit more safety. It's what I thought Macy Williams did a really good job of in the previous race. She was able to kind of find her way back in the pack, but then once she did that, she made passes that created little bits of chaos behind her, sort of spread out the pack, make it more difficult for them to pass you back. That's kind of the end goal with this. And so I think understanding how to manage that race, expecting the chaos and trying to be an instigator as opposed to just letting it come to you, I think in a race like this with this many aggressive drivers at the front of the field is what you're going to have to do. And ultimately, you can't second guess yourself, right? Like, it's one of the things that when you watch sort of some of the younger categories, you see a lot of overtakes where you back out of it. But in this sort of field, with this sort of environment, with the racing that we've seen this weekend so far, you have to be absolutely on it. And you have to really just be driving off of pure instincts and strategy. Because if you start to second guess yourself once you've committed to something, you're going to be in trouble. So I think that's the key. Sticking to your guts, understanding it's going to be a messy race and trying to make some of the mess as opposed to avoid some of the mess. That's how I would view it. I know it's probably not the PR heavy response that race officials would want to hear, but when you see what happened in the second heat, the way you get through it is honestly by trying to create more chaos behind you in a clean manner. You don't want to be punting people out of the way, but finding the right overtaking zones that hurt your competitors, give yourself a little bit of breathing room. That's how you kind of win in the margins in this sort of race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I completely agree. At the end of the day, I think you mentioned it, right? That you have to expect chaos, but you also have to expect some clean racing. And clean racing is what we've gotten all day long. I mean, I think all the drivers have done a great job of keeping it clean but aggressive, making it fun for us to watch here in the commentary booth. So I think it's been fun to watch for us, and I expect some great things in this senior max class here. The grid is almost ready and set to go as these drivers are ready to kick off onto the racetrack here for their 18-lap main event this afternoon here in Tucson, Arizona. But Emery, I mean, again, I still expect this to be some chaotic racing. I expect this to be also pretty clean as well. But looking down the order, right, disregard, let's say, Macy Williams, I'd say Griffin Dowler, Gio Santora. Is there a dark horse that you're looking at and saying they can go out there and put on a performance in this one that maybe we haven't talked about much today?
Well, you didn't mention Cooper Auclair, so that would be the easier answer. But I'm not going to do that because I feel like you meant to mention him. So we'll ignore Cooper Auclair. And I look down through the rest of the grid, and I look at someone, that has had a little bit of pace throughout the weekend. We saw in that second he was quick. Boss Patel, right? Inside the top 10, both heats. He was up into the top 5 on track, got a penalty after the heat to drop him back to 8th. Now we're going to have to see what he can do to kind of make his way back through the grid. So I think Boss Patel he didn't finish 8th. He was 8th in heat 1. He was 3rd in heat 2. So he's going to start up towards the front of the grid. He hasn't really been in the top 5 for many laps, but when he's been up there, he's been racy, he's been quick. He showed that aggressiveness that I think you need to have to run all the way up at the front here and to get away from some of the chaos. So I'd say Boss Patel could be a good contender for a podium given the racecraft we've seen as well as the sheer aggression and speed that he's had throughout this weekend.
Yeah, I like your pick. I think for me, it's honestly Olivier Bedard. I think with how quick he has been in Phoenix, it hasn't really translated so far here in Tucson. But if you look at the races so far, I mean, it's not like the pace hasn't been there, right? And I think his racecraft is what shined in Phoenix. I expect more of the same here, and I'm predicting a chaotic start and something like we saw in Junior Max where Nick Eggleston went from 6th to 1st in the matter of a lap and a half. And so I think as the engines are fired up and they're heading on the racetrack, I think Olivier Bedard is going to be the one to watch for me heading into this feature race, his 18-lap main event here. And it's the 3:14 of Macy Williams, who's going to lead them to the green here, Emery.
Yeah, this has been such an exciting day of racing in Senior Max, and we got one more 18-lap final to go before we get set for Senior Max. So I have to give a shout out to the Masters drivers who have been putting on a show so far this weekend. Billy Cleveland, Clayton Kessler, and Christopher Mann were right up there at the sharp end of the grid in heat number 2 and had a great showing, the three of them, a tight finish in both of the 2 heats. So there'll be a sub-battle to watch, but the main storyline of this race is a Senior Max battle. Can Macy Williams stay on top? Can Cooper Auclair find a way to the front? Can Griffin Dowler break through and get that main event victory that he's been looking for all year? All of these stories are about to be answered here in this main event here coming up in just a second as we continue to get set to go. 18 laps, Gio Santora, Macy Williams on the front row. This should be a fun one here, Alex.
Yeah, this should be good. Like you said, Macy Williams and Gio Santora. Behind them is Griffin Dowler and Boss Patel, your dark horse pick there on the outside of row 2. Then is Frederick Lemieux. She's in 5th. Then is Bailey Murphy in 6th. Spencer Smith 7th. And how about it for Cooper Auclair? Only 8th. And you would think after, a DNF in that second heat, he'd be a little bit further back than that. But with how much chaos has happened, only in 8th place for Cooper Auclair. I mean, that's a decent enough spot where you can make something happen in 18 laps. Landon Billy in 9th. Olivier Bedard in 10th. Then is Ian Quinn, Charlotte Trainer, Bradley Bitts, Savannah Callis, Jeremy Cooper, Carson Mallett, Julian Swanson, Carson Bowers, Jovan Dillon, Sydney Bowers, Joel Lewis, Billy Cleveland, Christopher Mann, and Clayton Kessler is the rest of the field here in Senior and Master Max. This should be an exciting one. I really think that Cooper Auclair, I mean, if I was him, I'd actually be cheering when I found out that I was starting in 8th after a DNF. So for him, the only downside is that he's on the outside. and we've only seen the outside work once so far today, but maybe we can make it twice. Who knows? I mean, the only time we saw the outside actually work was in the junior class, so maybe in the senior class they can make it work as well. It's going to be all up to Gio Santoro on the outside to lead that outside group to a good start there. They are locked in here, getting ready for the green flag. Macy Williams has been great on the starts all day long. She's going to look for more of the same here as green flag is out. Macy Williams is foot on the gas here. Great start for the inside row. Outside, not so great. Dowler up with the P2 already, but wow, storming around the outside. Gio Santoro thought about it. He's going to somehow find his way to second, but Griffin Dowler going to pinch him down and move up in the second place. Frederick Lemieux all up on the curbing now. And there's Cooper Auclair behind her. Inside, he's through. Cooper Auclair already inside the top 5. What a start for the comp car driver. There's Gio Santoro now. Late lunge on Dowler and follows through as Boss Patel as well. So Dowler from second to fourth now in just one corner. That's Bailey Murphy now in 5th. Cooper Auclair behind him in 6th. So Auclair already up 2 spots. He has his sights set now on Bailey Murphy, but already the advantage for Macy Williams is just over a second is what it seems like.
Critical start there for Cooper Auclair. Again, a poor start from the outside lane, but they got past turn number 2, and Cooper Auclair blazed a path for himself and himself only, and he has found himself clear of that mid-pack group, and now he sets his sight on the pack from second on back. Gio Santoro off to a nice start, held the outside well. Looks like he might have had a shot at the lead. He's in second, but he's got Boss Patel, Griffin Dowler, and Bailey Murphy right there for company. But Macy Williams at the front. This has been a dream start for her compared to how the 2 heats went. She must feel like this is an ocean of a gap here. As you see, the gap now from second to 5th is right there together. Santoro going to have to do a little bit of defensive work, and already you can see the speed of Cooper Auclair. He has caught the back of Bailey Murphy. He was about 7 kart lengths back at the end of the last lap. Now make that only about 2 as they come through the S's now for the second time in this race. Here is Santoro ahead of Boss Patel, ahead of Griffin Dowler. Down the main straightaway we go. Boss Patel going to look maybe, kind of fades to the inside, jerks it, can't quite make it happen, and now Santoro stays in that second spot. Dowler right on the tail of the second and third place drivers as all of this goes on by Macy Williams, and Boss Patel now going to try to link up a move. Not quite. Cooper Auclair is going to make a move, though. He gets by Bailey Murphy for that 5th spot.
Yeah, Auclair through on Murphy now. His sights are set on Griffin Dowler. Griffin Dowler's sights are set on Boss Patel, who's lost ground to Gio Santoro last time around. Who was purple? Well, it was Cooper Auclair, a 10th faster than Macy Williams. He'll need a little bit more out of his comp cart if he wants a chance at a victory here. Griffin Dowler to the inside on Boss Patel. That door seemed to close on him, but not before Dowler slammed it back open. Griffin Dowler through the P3. Look at Cooper Auclair already on the bumper of Boss Patel. Look for a move to the inside of turn 1. He's through potentially. Auclair late on the brakes. Boss Patel tried to be later. Auclair used a side pod. Whatever is necessary, says Cooper Auclair. He's through in the P4, and wow, late lunge attempt there from what it looks to be, I believe, Spencer Smith there on Bailey Murphy. Frederick Lemieux, not the opening couple laps she would have wanted. She's down outside the top 8. But for Cooper Auclair, this is about as good as you could have hoped, as Auclair is now through on, no, sorry, I thought that was Auclair. That was still his teammate Santoro there. So it's Santoro, Dowler, and then Auclair in 4th position, but already pulling away from Boss Patel and clawing his way towards Griffin Dowler. Last time by, Cooper Auclair matched the pace of Macy Williams as we see him move to the inside there against Bailey Murphy. That was Spencer Smith, who last time around went purple.
Yeah, good start to this race for Spencer Smith, but Cooper Auclair is kind of the man on the move now. You can see the further battling back. There's some battling. Spencer Smith is in it. Bailey Murphy is in front. And you can see there Lemieux trying to pick her way back up through. I believe she's gotten by Spencer Smith there. Now going to go to the inside on Bailey Murphy for that 7th spot there. Going to get crossed over back and not quite enough there for Murphy. So Lemieux slowly but surely making her way back up through the field. But the battle for second is the tightest battle at the front of the field right now. You can see Gio Santoro is under fire, not only from Griffin Dowler, but more pressing is his teammate, Cooper Auclair. Auclair going to try one to the inside into the S. Is a little bit of a late move there, but he gets it done, sticks himself into 3rd, and now only 1 kart is between him and Macy Williams for that lead. He's got 2 seconds to make up. He's got to get by his teammate, but Cooper Auclair has been a man on the mission. Again, overcoming a DNF, maybe a little bit of assistance with some younger Mojo tires, but in terms of pure pace, we know Cooper Auclair has it. Now, can he find the time to get all the way up to Macy Williams?
Yeah, Cooper Auclair now behind his teammate Gio Santora. Now the question is, does he work with him or does he get around him? At this stage in the race, it seems as though Auclair is fast enough to where it probably won't benefit him to stay behind and push Santora. Santora goes wide there in the entry part of those S's. It's going to give Auclair a great chance on this back straightaway to make a move here. Let's see, does he make a lunge or does he stay behind his teammate? So far, he elects to stay behind Gio. Gio runs very, very wide though. It's actually going to compromise Auclair's exit. Now on the front straightaway, I expect Auclair to make a move here to the inside of turn 1. Here we go, through turn 1. Auclair, late lunge. He's through, potentially. There we go, on Gio, but wow, a mistake there by Auclair and Gio. Griffin Dowler's through on both of them. Buy one, get one free into turn 1. Griffin Dowler's back up into P2. Cooper Auclair, a net gain of 0 for the comp Kart driver. That's going to hinder his progress in this one. Auclair's going to be frustrated in his helmet. Inside, he's through. Cooper Auclair finally gets up into P2, but 2.2 seconds back from Macy Williams. It's going to take a heroic drive to claw his way back up to the front, but he has 12 laps to do so.
Yeah, Cooper Auclair there. That is the one thing you cannot have happen when you're making a run through the field, is to waste time having to get back by someone that you had already passed. That's the case here. We'll see what the gap is this time around. Macy Williams, 2.6 seconds ahead. So at that rate, Cooper Auclair needs upwards of 2.5 tenths per lap to get on the bumper of Macy Williams by the last lap. That, not impossible. We've seen Cooper Auclair have a lot of pace in this race, but he is going to have to absolutely fly to get up there and beat Macy Williams. So we'll see how this happens. This will be the first lap all race with Cooper Auclair in clean air. We'll get a look at his times, but Auclair, had it been only 2 seconds, I'd say it's a little bit more feasible, but 2.6 is a lot to make up. He's already dropping Griffin Dowler. I mean, that kart, the J3 comp kart, is a machine right now, but it might be a machine that comes up just one function too short here as he gets set to go to try to chase down Macy Williams, who's just crossed the line. We'll see what she's able to do this time through. Again, 2.4 seconds to gap now. So we can see that Auclair is making up some ground, but he's going to need a lot more if he wants to get in there and pass Macy Williams up at the front of the field.
I will say this, Emery. I mean, you mentioned it, right? He needs about 2.5 as Bedard to the inside of Bailey Murphy. Going to use his side pod to get through there. So Olivier Bedard now through up into P9. And also, I believe it might be maybe Landon Billy or Ian Cui there to the inside of Bailey Murphy as well. So Murphy has lost a couple of spots here in those last couple of corners. But for Cooper Auclair, you mentioned it. He needs about 2.5 to 3 tenths to make anything happen. That was 2 tenths last time by. So he's close enough to where potentially with 10 laps remaining in this one, there's still a chance if you're Cooper Auclair to get your head down and make something happen. Last time around, though, that gap has maintained at 0. As Murphy now back to the inside. He's through and he's going to retake that 10th place position there. This is about your closest battle on the racetrack there. So your Kart public driver, Bailey Murphy, he had a great second heat. Not so good feature race so far for him, but the pace seems to be there. And for Olivier Bedard ahead of him, he was my dark horse pick heading into this feature race. Up in a P9, has the pace for potentially a P8 or P7, which would be a good result for him. How about Frederick Lemieux? Further up the field slightly. She started in 5th, down in 7th. So your sweeper, should I say, from Phoenix, where she won both rounds, not as quick so far here in rounds 3, but still looking good for her. Still a good amount of points. And again, on a championship where points really, really matter, I bet she'll take every bit of point she can get.
Yeah, remember, her and Cooper Auclair came into this race level on points. And what that means in an 8-race championship, pretty much nothing, because that's going to change over time. But Auclair, with the bad heat result, if he doesn't get this win, it's not like he's going to gain a whole lot of points on Lemieux if she stays in 7th. So this is not as dire as it might seem for Lemieux. If anything, it's a great result for Macy Williams, and as well as that for Griffin Dowler, both of them kind of getting themselves back into the points battle. But as long as Auclair doesn't chase down Macy Williams, this championship fight is still wide open. And you can see Williams just continuing to run smoothly down out of the chicane. She's been consistently putting in mid to high 50s every single lap. She's stagnated the gap for Auclair at 2.3 seconds. Had this been a fair fight from the get-go and Auclair had been all the way at the front, maybe it'd be a good fight for the win. But we can't do hypotheticals. All we have to go off of is what is on the track, and that has been Macy Williams being an absolute dominant force here in this final. There's a battle further back there. Gio Santora trying to find a way around Spencer Smith. That's the battle for fourth, the first spot off the podium. But Santora going to have to get to work here if he wants that spot.
Yeah, let's give a quick shout out here to Spencer Smith, who at one point in this race went purple. Now it's Griffin Dowler who went purple at 50.5. But Spencer Smith has been pretty impressive. I mean, he started outside your top 7, up into 4th, and closing the gap to Griffin Dowler. A podium is still in the cards here for the 305 machine last time around. How about it for Cooper Auclair, 0.3 faster than Macy Williams last time by. So I'm not going to say that it's still up for grabs for Auclair with 6 laps to go to gain 2 seconds. But 0.3 it's a good chunk here if Williams' tires are fading away, as wow, Lemieux's tires definitely aren't fading away. What a lunge from her. She's up in the P6. The pace is starting to come back for Frederick Lemieux. For her as well, there's still an opportunity for potentially a 4th place in the cards for her if Smith and Gio Santora start to battle it out here with a good run out of turn number 9 there for her.
Yeah, this could be all to play for Lemieux. And again, if she gets up to 4th, she's barely losing any points to Cooper Auclair. So this is going to be something to monitor. On Auclair's side of things, again, the lap before was really good. This lap, still a decent chunk, about 0.2, but not enough. I mean, he needs 0.3 of a second every single lap if he wants this race to go his way. And I don't see that happening. Williams seems to fade a little bit, but consistently she still is not quite far enough off for it to matter. As we continue to see Lemieux trying her best, she's up to the 5th spot. She's gotten around Gio Santora. She's now trying to get by Spencer Smith. These two continuing to try their best. It's a 4-car train. There's Boss Patel at the back of it. Not quite the race for Boss I think he would have wanted. Seems to lack a little bit of pace, but he's put himself back in this mix for 4th, and if anything happens to the top 3, he'll be right there to possibly pick up a podium or a top 5 as they complete another lap in the books. That time through, dead even between Macy Williams and Cooper Auclair. 0.02 of a second to be exact. It looks like Macy Williams has this one covered off as we continue to see the battle going on for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Again, this is just kind of the non-podium places, but still important for the points and important for Frederick Lemieux to get up to 4th position. This has been a great run through the field in the second half of this race for her, and now she has the track position over the comp cars. Santora as well as Spencer Smith now going to have to go on the attack if they want any part of that 4th spot here, Alex.
Yeah, Frederick Lemieux has been incredibly impressive to close out this one. And we saw Spencer Smith actually get to the bumper of Lemieux there. If they start to work together, there's still a chance that this 4-car battle could become a 5-car battle if they catch up to the likes of Griffin Dowler. Last time around, matched the lap time that the 306 machine put together. But still, this is still potentially the battle for the podium. Right now, it's the battle for 4th position. But for Frederick Lemieux, you mentioned it, right? 2 consistent finishes in the 1st and 2nd heat race. A top 4 for her would probably give her more points, or roughly the same as late lunch. Gio Santora uses the side pod a little bit on Spencer Smith. He's going to go through. Boss Patel through as well. Spencer Smith from 5th to 7th in one corner there. But for Lemieux, the points would be just about even with her and Auclair, even if Auclair has a win and a 2nd place today in that feature race because of his DNF in that 2nd heat. So again, every position matters, every point matters, and it may only be round 3 of an 8-round championship. Everything comes into play towards the end of the season. Up front, Auclair about a 1/10.5 faster, 1.7 behind Macy Williams, but again, with 2.5 to go, it's a little too late.
Yeah, this is going to be, it'd be a heroic effort if Cooper Auclair would get there. I can't see it happening. We're on the 2 to go lap, and it just seems like the battle for 4th on back is probably the closest battle, and probably even the battle for 6 is about as good as it's going to get in terms of passing. But this has still been a very intriguing final here as Macy Williams continues her quest, as Cooper Auclair kind of salvaged what could have been a really bad day. Griffin Dowler able to get up to 3rd, and Lemieux Again, into the back end of the top 10 early on in the first part of this race, now up into the 4th spot. She has had a great run here in the final. As we get on the last lap of this race, 1.4 seconds the gap. Auclair has been able to close in, but he's going to need a lot more to make the ultimate difference here to win this race. It looks like another masterclass from Macy Williams.
Yeah, Macy Williams right now rounding the final couple of corners here. Here's a little bit of here's a battle between Spencer Smith and Boss Patel. That's the battle for, I believe, what is 6th position there. So it's looking good for Spencer Smith to hold on to that one. Santora in 5th. Frederick Lemieux has 4th place pretty much locked up there. But how about it for Macy Williams rounding the final couple of corners here to cross the stripe to claim the victory in Senior Max, just ahead of Cooper Auclair, who made that pretty interesting towards the end there. 1.2 seconds was the advantage. Then it's Griffin Dowler who rounds out your podium places to finish 3rd. Frederick Lemieux in 4th. What a comeback drive for her in that one. Giovanni Santora in 5th. Spencer Smith, Boss Patel, Olivier Bedard, Carson Mallet, and Ian Quee rounds out your top 10 here in Senior Max. And then for your Master Max drivers, it's Clayton Kessler who's going to win this one ahead of Christopher Mann and Billy Cleveland.
Yeah, good run there for Clayton Kessler to win the Masters Max, but how about it for Macy Williams? A statement win. You know, there's these wins where you maybe win in a one-on-one battle, but this was sheer domination by the number 314 machine. Macy Williams continuing to have an outstanding weekend so far. She picks up a national win, and she will look for so much more tomorrow. Back in the championship battle. Again, an outstanding effort for Macy Williams. Wins pole, wins one of the heat races, wins the main event, and now she's a national winner here at the U.S. Trophy West Series in Tucson, Arizona. We'll be back in a minute after a word from our sponsors for the final race of the day. It's the Mini-Mix category coming up next on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome back to Tucson, Arizona here for rounds 3 of the race Rotax US Trophy West presented by XGL Motorsports. We just watched the Senior and Master Max final. Up next is the final feature race of the day. It's Mini Max. Emery, we've seen a lot of great racing all day long. And it doesn't end there. It doesn't end with Senior Max because Mini Max has put on arguably the best show of the entire day so far, with Jackson Porter, Mateo Quinto, Gage Grant, Harrison Jeffrey, Sanguinetti, and the rest of that field putting on great shows for us. I mean, we saw in Heat 1, Jackson Porter with a 2-for-1 over-under to win that one. In Heat 2, it was Sanguinetti going off the racetrack on the final lap to lose the lead to Jackson Porter. So, again, I mean, the storyline has been the Hy-Vee red machine of Jackson Porter, but in Phoenix, he was dominant. Here in Tucson, he's been slightly lucky, right? He's been arguably the quickest guy on the racetrack, but both times it's been mistakes of the drivers ahead of him that have gifted him the victory. So now in this feature race, with him starting on pole position, what are you looking for heading into this 14-lap main event?
Yeah, if you just looked at the results of the heat race, you're like, oh, it's a repeat of Phoenix. Jackson Porter, dominant. But if you actually watch the races, it has been anything but that. A real battle has commenced between him and Christian Sanguinetti, and then the last couple laps, it always turns out to be the rest of that top five kind of playing their way into it. So I think this is going to be a fascinating race because Christian Sanguinetti has been the fastest kart, in my opinion, in these two heats. But now he's going to have to make something happen from further back in the field because of his mistakes in both heats. So we'll see how this plays out. I think it's going to be a lot of passing going on from Sanguinetti to try to get himself back up to Jackson Porter. But the big question for me is, can someone from that second group, can Gage Grant, Mateo Quinto, or Harrison Jeffrey find that last little bit of pace that they need to put themselves level with Sanguinetti and Jackson Porter? Because Porter all weekend long has had the pace edge and a little bit of the racecraft edge. Now, though, with Sanguinetti starting back in the back end of the field, if none of these guys up at the front can challenge him, it might be a little bit too hard for Sanguinetti to make up the gap. So I think for Sanguinetti's sake, as well as for all of those guys' sake, they'll want someone to be able to bring the fight to Jackson Porter early on in the race.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, Porter has been impressive. Quinto's been impressive. They've all been incredibly quick. To me, the driver that I'm focused on in this race is actually Christian Sanguinetti, because he has been arguably, in my opinion, the fastest driver in both heat races. The only reason he's not starting on the front row is because of his mistakes in the first and mainly second heat when he drove off the racetrack and finished that race in 6th position. So your front row is Jackson Porter, the 122, and then it's the 134, Mateo Quinto on his outside, Gage Grant in third. How about it for Wyatt Kroger, who quietly had some top 5 finishes to put himself in 4th position to start this Mini-Max main event. Then it's Harrison Jeffrey on board the Praga machine. He's been incredibly quick as well, just had some bad luck and a spin to start out heat number 1. Then it's Christian Sanguinetti, then it's Vester Majewska, and then it's Nikos Guillen rounding out your top 8 in the Mini-Max class. 14 laps the distance here as they head down the back straightaway and getting ready and set to see the green flag very shortly for the final main event of the day here in Tucson, Arizona at Musselman Honda Circuit. Jackson Porter, the high V red machine. Like we mentioned, I mean, he has been the one to watch here in the Mini-Max class, but if the first 2 heats are anything to go off of, this is anybody's game around in the final corner now. What's it going to be, inside or outside? So far, the inside lane has been the way to go in about 95% of the heat races so far. Green flags in the air. Looks to be more of the same here as a good start for the inside lane. Outside, it was decent enough, but not enough there as Gage Grant once again spun round on the inside, and that's his chances of victory essentially done, and he brought Sanguinetti with him. Sanguinetti had to slam on the brakes to avoid him there. That's going to hinder his chances at a victory as well. All this playing into the cards of Jackson Porter and Mateo Quinto. How about it for Harrison Jeffrey now, the Praga machine? He's up into 3rd already and has a sight set on the 134 of Mateo Quinto. Jackson Porter already with a 4 car lengths advantage over 2nd place.
Yeah, Jackson Porter, this was kind of a dream start for him. 2 of his main contenders set back a good bit, and now he has Quinto and Jeffrey trying to find a way to keep up with him. So this was the ideal scenario for Jackson Porter. He has about 4 to 5 kart lengths, but Jeffrey and Quinto, they're going to have to find some pace that they have not had throughout the heats. You can see there Jeffrey continuing to push. Harrison Jeffrey now going to go to the inside. That's that aggressiveness that's kind of been missing from him a little bit through the heats. He goes over, cooks it a little bit, but he's still probably going to be able to get it to the inside here as they come through turn number 2. Move Harrison Jeffrey up to 2nd. This is critical for him. He's going to have to find that pace, have Quinto work with him if he wants any shot here to be able to catch up to the back of Jackson Porter in the high V machine, Alex.
Yeah, you saw Jeffrey give the helmet tap there to Quinto saying, work with me. We have a chance at this one here. Jackson Porter, this has been the dream start for him to open up this lap and a half of this 14-lap main event. But the lead is not insurmountable. If Jeffrey and Quinto start to work together, they still have a chance at this victory. They have nobody to worry about behind them. The next closest driver is Wyatt Kroger, but he's about a second and a half behind. So as it stands, if these two of Jeffrey and Quinto can work together, they still have a chance in this one here as they cross the stripe. Porter went purple, 55.5. Jeffrey at a 55.6. So Porter, as it stands, quicker than the two behind him, but it looks as though that gap is starting to close, and especially, as we know, Emery, two karts tend to be faster than one. Here's a good look at Wyatt Kroger and Sanguinetti. Sanguinetti fell back to P7 to open this race up. He's already up into P5 now and has his sights set on the 118 of Wyatt Kroger. Christian Sanguinetti, the second fastest driver on the racetrack as it stands. The 121 machine is 2.3 seconds back from the lead with 12 laps to go. It is an outside chance at a win, a decent chance at a podium in this one, if in my opinion. But again, it's all still to play for here. A good run down the back straightaway. Wyatt Kroger looks over his shoulder. Sanguinetti goes way low to make a move here on Kroger. He's through to P4, but slices wide. Good crossover there for Wyatt Kroger. He's going to maintain his P4 position as it stands. This time around, Jackson Porter, purple again, 55.343, 2/10 faster than Harrison Jeffrey last time around. So even with Jeffrey and Quito working together, Jackson Porter has a little bit more in the tank.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the challenging pack. Sanguinetti's going to go by here. Kind of missed an opportunity to get by through the S's. Went a little bit low to make that pass, and now he's going to get crossed over again. This is not good for Christian Sanguinetti, who's just kind of struggling to work his way through the field, almost like we saw him in Phoenix. He's so fast over one lap, so fast over a race, but he just has that little bit of a roughness around the edges that's keeping him from making those passes. And that, I think he's got to go a little bit closer to Kroger when he gets up to the side-by-side situation. He's kind of going too far down, which is making it easier to cross over. So just a little racecraft thing from Sanguinetti. He's got so much pace in him, but at the front of the field, I mean, this has been a clinic from Jackson Porter. Another 10th gained on both Harrison Jeffrey and Mateo Quinto, who continue to work together, but it's just not working for them. They're going to need to find something special if they want any shot at contesting against Jackson Porter. As again, Sanguinetti tries to find his way by Wyatt Kroger, and we'll see again now into this back hairpin, still not able to make anything happen. And these two in second and third continue to get further and further away from him as this all plays out for that battle for fourth.
Here's a good look at the battle for second as it stands. It's still Jeffrey ahead of Quinto. Porter last time by a 10th quicker than the two under screen right now. So it's starting to plateau out front, but maybe if Jeffrey and Quinto can reach deep in their bag to find any sort of pace left, there's still a chance in this one. 10 to go as they cross the stripe. Last time around, 2/10 slower was Jeffrey and Quinto compared to Jackson Porter, who essentially matched the purple lap he did just a lap and a half ago. So Jackson Porter, this is more of what we've come to and expected to see from him from Phoenix, and it's carried over here in Tucson with the pace that he has shown over this mini max field. Jeffrey and Quinto still going at it for this battle for second. Quinto showing some real maturity here, sitting behind the Praga driver and just biding his time, knowing that the worst he can do as it stands is probably a third position. And so he might as well push Jeffrey to the front because it gives both of them the best opportunity to have a race victory later on in this one. Further back, it's still Kroger ahead of Sanguinetti as it stands. So I'm impressed with Kroger's ability to keep Sanguinetti behind. But Sanguinetti, this is pretty much halted his chances at a race victory in this one, 5 seconds back from Porter. Here he goes across the stripe, this time by, wow, Jackson Porter was almost 5/10 faster than Harrison Jeffrey last time around. So, yeah, this is really what we've come to expect from him. 1.5 seconds is now the gap between your first and second place drivers.
Yeah, this is the thing. Between him and Jeffrey, it seems like it's a little bit more of a struggle for Harrison Jeffrey and Mateo Quinto to keep that pace. There's the look at the battle for fourth. How about that? So Gage Grant was able to catch up after spinning and pass Sanguinetti as well as Wyatt Kroger. So again, just Sanguinetti struggling to get by Kroger. Kroger's blocking sort of allowed Grant to get into the battle, and he wasted no time getting back. The bad news for these guys, though, is that battle for a podium is an absolute moonshot away from them at this point. I mean, we're talking a gap that is upwards of 4 seconds from guys that really don't have that much of a pace difference either. So it'll be tough for them to get on the podium, but a good recovery drive really from both Sanguinetti and Gage Grant. But for Gage Grant to spin, come back to fourth, and be very competitive within 6 seconds is highly impressive, and it'll give him some good momentum heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, Gage Grant, impressive stuff here. I mean, like you mentioned, Sanguinetti spent so much time behind Kroger trying to find a way around him that it gave Grant enough time to get around both of them. So Gage Grant, you see him give the helmet tap to Sanguinetti. He feels as though there's enough pace left in that machine to maybe catch up to the likes of Jeffrey and Quinto last time around, 3/10 off of what the second and third place drivers were able to do. But for Gage Grant, I mean, to be backwards at the end of turn one and now in a fourth, essentially maximizing probably the potential out of that 115 machine after turn one. You can't ask for much more out of that driver. Now that Sanguinetti's gotten around Kroger, it seems as though he has found new life on board the 121 there. So through turn one now, no move coming there as Grant goes very defensive through turn one. So to give Sanguinetti a great chance on the exit of turn one through turns 2 and 3 now. Nothing to it just yet through the fast left-right chicane here out front. Porter, purple again, 55 flat, extending his lead by another 0.5 of a second. This is incredible stuff from the high V 122 red machine there. So this is the closest battle on the racetrack as it stands, and it's a battle for fourth between Gage Grant and Christian Sanguinetti.
Yeah, this is the battle you can see in the second and third place battle. Harrison Jeffrey just slowly but surely extending that lead away from Mateo Quinto. And so for Jeffrey, I mean, this has to be pretty big for confidence. He struggled in race pace this weekend and really in Phoenix as well. But to get himself into that second spot and pull away slowly from Mateo Quinto is good for the confidence. And for Quinto, I mean, he should still be safe on the podium. Grant as well as Sanguinetti not really making any inroads. So this whole battle has kind of mellowed out a little bit. We've seen Jackson Porter continuously put up fast lap after fast lap. And we've seen Jeffrey slowly but surely pulling away from Quinto. Now I think the one unsettled spot is who gets that last spot in fourth versus fifth between Sanguinetti and Gage Grant. But for both of them, recovery drives, they'll take what they can learn from today into tomorrow. I think both of them have to be optimistic with their pace. Really, everyone in the top 5 has been close on aggregate. It's just Jackson Porter has been in another level here. That's the gap now, over 2 seconds back to Harrison Jeffrey and Mateo Quinto. I mean, this race has been a perfect storm of speed, consistency, and a little bit of luck for Jackson Porter as he now sets his sight on a third consecutive main event victory in Minimax.
Yeah, they just completed lap 10 here in the books, and what's most impressive to me about Jackson Porter is his best lap is a 55 flat. His last time around was a 55 flat, and no, that wasn't the same exact lap. So he has just been consistently consistent, for a lack of better terms, over the rest of the field. Last time by was 0.6 faster and 0.8 faster than Jeffrey and Mateo Quinto. So he is just keeping his right foot pinned on that 122 high V machine. This is incredible stuff to watch as Porter crosses the line to see 3 laps to go here at Musselman Honda Circuit in Tucson, Arizona. Quinto's still up on the wheel trying to get everything out of his go-kart to see if he can catch up to the Praga driver of Harrison Jeffrey. How about it for Jackson Porter? A 54.9. 54.9, still resetting purple laps, 11 laps into the feature race. This is incredible stuff to watch from such a young driver so early into his career, who has just shown so much, prowess, so much confidence and maturity throughout this championship series so far. And even when his back was against the wall seemingly for parts of today, in the heat races where maybe he wasn't the fastest driver entering this feature race, at the end of the day, it shows the level that this guy is on throughout in this Minimax class so far, Emery.
Yeah, Jackson Porter has been locked in today. I mean, just lap after lap, taking it to the bank. This time through a 55.08, so not quite a 54.9 again, but still incredibly impressive. He's consistently pulling 2 to 3 tenths on the field. You see Sanguinetti and Gage Grant both putting in 55.1s that last time through. So when they work together, they are also really quick. But Jackson Porter, again, it feels like this race has been a return to form in a sense. Even though he won the heat races not as convincingly, this one, he has left zero doubts about it. I mean, you just look at him, he seems so consistent, so smooth with the wheel. This has not been a race that has ever been in doubt for the high V machine. And now you can see him through the sweeper, continuing on, just a domination, a clinic for Porter, upwards of 4 seconds clear of Harrison Jeffrey. We'll be very happy to get that second spot, but also wondering, hey, where can I find that last bit of pace? Because clearly Jackson Porter has something else as he gets the white flag here.
Yeah, white flag in the air for the high V machine of Jackson Porter. Last time around, once again, a 55 flat, puts 5/10 on the rest of the field. Harrison Jeffrey now has extended his advantage by 1.5 seconds over Mateo Quinto. So the Praga driver's been impressive, but this guy on your screen has been even more impressive, I'd say. Looking further down the order, though, I mean, Mateo Quinto so far since in third. Gage Grant, after being backwards at the end of the opening lap, I mean, he's doing 55 ones consistently, so only about a 10th and a half slower than what we're seeing out of Jackson Porter. So Gage Grant was maybe the driver of this race in terms of what happened to him on the first lap, but nonetheless, Jackson Porter is going to round the last couple of corners, looks over his shoulder one last time to see nobody there. Around in the last corner here, Jackson Porter crosses the line now to receive the checker flag and win in Minimax here at Musselman Honda Circuit. And there's the gap. Harrison Jeffrey in second, Mateo Quinto in third. Gage Grant kept him honest there towards the end to finish in fourth position. Sanguinetti is going to round out your top five, only a 10th behind Gage Grant there. Then it's Wyatt Kroger and Vesper Majewska rounding out your field in Minimax. But how about it for Jackson Porter, who for those last about 7 laps didn't set a lap time over a 55 flat. Incredibly consistent from him. Harrison Jeffrey, what a run for him. I mean, considering he was spun around to start the warm-up lap of the first heat, had to start last in that one, had to drive his way through both heat races. He'll take a second place for sure. Mateo Quinto, a third place, is solid points for him. And then Gage Grant, like I mentioned, I mean, considering he was backwards at the end of turn 1 in the opening lap of this feature race, he'll certainly take a 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. A good recovery for Gage Grant. Christian Sanguinetti, a lot of pace as well, and had to recover from a rough first lap on his end. And you have to think for the Minimax field, this has been an outstanding day for them. Round number 3 of the RMC Trophy West Series has been an outstanding race to watch. I mean, we've seen Jackson Porter put through a clinic. We saw Macy Williams absolutely dominate her final. How about it for Nick Eccleston as well, taking home the win in Junior Max? And last but certainly not least, it was Lucas Tarango in his own zip code today with a 14-second victory. So 4 different outstanding winners. Congrats to all of them. That's been round number 3 from the Musselman Honda Circuit here in Tucson, Arizona. And that wraps up our coverage of round 3 of the U.S. Trophy West Series RMC, presented by Excel Motorsports. Again, huge thanks to J3 for the event organization. This has been outstanding here in Tucson. A big thank you to everyone who has followed along with us today. And we'll be back tomorrow live, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time. We're getting set to go for round number 4 of this championship live on Kart Chaser. From Alex Searle and myself, Emery Lida, and the rest of our Kart Chaser crew, we'll be back tomorrow morning.